Chapter 1. In the antique room, Ling Tian suddenly woke up. Oh no, I've been tricked. He did not even have time to open his eyes before he subconsciously slapped his lower body, wanting to use the rebound force to jump up and escape. This was the instinctive reaction of an outstanding Special Forces soldier. As soon as his hand landed, he felt an electrifying pain and a wave of weakness. Why am I so weak? Ling Tian opened his eyes. Tian, you're finally awake. A gentle female voice sounded in his ears. Ling Tian saw a delicate face looking at him with concern. This was a classic beauty. She was breathtakingly beautiful and could be described as devastatingly beautiful. What's going on? Didn't I fall for the Japanese's trick and get shot to death? In Ling Tian's mind, a familiar memory flooded in. Ling Tian, Chinese. He had served in the most outstanding Wolfsfang Special Forces in China. During his service, he had made countless contributions. He had participated in the International Special Forces competition and won the individual honor of being the best in individual combat. He was recognized as the King of Soldiers. Later on, during a cross-country SSS-level mission, a small mistake on his part led to the death of a comrade. He blamed himself and chose to retire and leave Wolfsfang. After retiring, he went into seclusion for a period of time and chose to go abroad. He became the ace of a mercenary organization with the most prestigious international reputation. As long as it was a mission that he took on, the success rate was an unprecedented 100%. Although he had retired from Wolfsfang for many years, he still cared about China. As long as it was a mission that was disadvantageous to China, not only would he not accept it, but he would also find out the person who issued the mission and torture them. As time passed, he became a thorn in the side of countries other than China. In the eyes of other countries, he was a ticking time bomb. As long as it was a place he had been, it would set off a storm of blood. Countries started to plot against him and spent a lot of money to hire the world's top assassins. However, as the assassins disappeared one by one, Ling Tian lived a better life. No assassins dared to take on this death mission anymore. Killing Ling Tian was tantamount to suicide. This was a well-known saying in the world of mercenaries and assassins. Ling Tian was not only a powerful weapon specialist, but also a Xingyi martial arts grandmaster who had cultivated internal energy. Throughout the entire Earth, he rarely met a worthy opponent and had never been defeated. Not long ago, Ling Tian received a piece of news from his most trusted agent. Country R had created a colorless and odorless biochemical weapon and planned to ship it into Hua Nation to carry out an extremely tragic conspiracy. Of course, Ling Tian wouldn't just sit by and watch. He made his move. With the help of his agent, he found the location of the biological weapons. Just as he slaughtered his way into the underground lab and was about to destroy the batch of biochemical weapons, the underground research room suddenly caved in, trapping him in a completely sealed cage. When he saw the Japanese holding all kinds of guns outside the cage, he was shocked. Ling Tian understood. This was a conspiracy against him. He was betrayed by the person he trusted the most. Otherwise, with his shrewdness, the Our Nation's conspiracy would not have succeeded. Why? Even when he was shot to death, Ling Tian still couldn't figure it out. Why would his agent and brother, whom he had relied on for so many years, betray him? I, Ling Tian, who had dominated all my life, never thought that I would die in the hands of my most trusted brother. What a joke, what a joke. However, I didn't lose out. In my life, I've killed tens of thousands of terrorists, corrupt officials, and all kinds of secret agents. It was worth it. It was worth it. Ha 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 ha. Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this. Tian, what's wrong? Don't scare your mother. A gentle voice filled with anxiety came from behind him. Ling Tian's mind was in a mess. He was very sure that he didn't know this woman. However, the woman's eyes were full of sincerity, as if she was looking at a loved one. Who was she? She called me Tian, and called herself mother. How could she call someone mother so casually? Just as Ling Tian was about to argue with this beautiful woman, a strange memory rushed into his mind. Ling Tian was completely stunned as though he was struck by lightning, as though his acupoints had been sealed. Have I transmigrated? This world was similar to the ancient world in his previous life. In this world, martial artists ran amok and the strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, any power would have to bow down in front of you, including the supreme imperial power. However, transmigrating to this world was one thing. He could have possessed anyone, but he actually possessed such an unlucky guy. The only thing that made Ling Tian satisfied was that this guy was also called Ling Tian. His full name was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, 15 years old. Fresh Breeze Townsley family with a different surname. His mother, Li Ro, was the 9th elder of the Li family. His father, in his memories, he didn't have a father at all. A single-parent family? After all, he had a mother who loved him dearly. I was an orphan in my previous life. During the process of fusing with this strange memory, Ling Tian also found out the reason why Duan Ling Tian was heavily injured and lying in bed. This morning, the youngest son of the Li family's 7th elder, Li Xian, scolded Duan Ling Tian as a bastard who had a mother and didn't have a father to teach him. Duan Ling Tian was furious and fought with Li Xian. However, how could he, who hadn't even completed body tempering, be a match for Li Xian, who was at the 2nd level of the body tempering stage? He was directly heavily injured by Li Xian and was on the verge of death. Just as Duan Ling Tian breathed his last, he, who came from Earth, received everything of Duan Ling Tian, including Duan Ling Tian's body and memories. Useless, too useless. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk about you. Go in peace, I'll help you take good care of your mother in the future. After fusing with all the strange memories, Ling Tian sighed in his heart. He knew that from this moment onwards, he would integrate into this strange world with the identity of Duan Ling Tian. From today onwards, he was Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian was him. Humph. If I wasn't betrayed by that fellow, I would still be living a comfortable life on Earth. I don't lack beauties, I don't lack money. Madam, the patriarch sent someone to deliver the medicine. A voice sounded out by his ear, and Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look. A servant girl hurriedly walked in from outside the room and passed an exquisite box to Li Ro. The box was opened. Instantly, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. Tian, come, consume this medicinal pill. Mother will heal your injuries. Li Ro took out a black and swarthy medicinal pill and passed it to Duan Ling Tian's mouth. This is a medicinal pill. It's quite fragrant. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth and swallowed the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill melted in his mouth, turning into a warm current that entered his body. Then, Duan Ling Tian saw something else. Li Ro pressed her hand on his chest, an ice-cold stream of air entered his body, melting away the warmth of the pill and healing his injuries. This is elemental energy. It's somewhat similar to inner energy in his previous life. After an hour, Li Ro stopped. Duan Ling Tian discovered that most of the soreness in his body had disappeared, and he no longer had any burden. His heart trembled. Could it be that he had just swallowed an elixir? At this time, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Li Ro's face was pale, and her forehead was still sweating. It was obvious that she used a large amount of elemental energy to heal him. Mother, are you okay? Duan Ling Tian's heart warmed. This mother was affectionate, and there was nothing unnatural about it. Mother is fine, I'll be fine after some rest. Li Ro smiled and shook her head. For her son, using this bit of elemental energy was nothing. Madam, the patriarch sent someone to ask if we can release young Master Xian now. He and the 7th elder are still waiting in the criminal court. Half an hour later, the servant girl walked into the room again and said softly. Release? Tell the person sent by the patriarch that I will personally deal with this matter. The amiable expression on Li Ro's face was gone, and her face was cold. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that this beautiful mother of his would be so protective of her son. Mother, what medicinal pill did you give me just now? I feel that my injuries are almost healed. Duan Ling Tian got off the bed and slightly stretched his body. Silly child, that's an 8th grade gold injury pill. Li Rou smiled. 8th grade gold injury pill. Duan Ling Tian searched for that unfamiliar memory in his mind. It turned out that even the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town only had 2 of these 8th grade gold injury pills. Now, they actually used one on him, a child with a different surname. It was obvious that his mother's status in the Li family was not low. Tian, the patriarch is still waiting. Let's go. Li Rou brought Duan Ling Tian to a spacious courtyard in the Li family mansion. In the spacious courtyard, there were a few instruments of torture scattered about. This was the place where the Li family carried out the family law. The criminal court. It was noon, and the scorching sun was high in the sky. The criminal court was surrounded by people, all of whom were Li family members who came to watch the show. In the courtyard, a youth was tied to a pillar and exposed to the sun. Beside him stood 2 middle-aged men. The cross-eyed middle-aged man on the right was furious when he saw Duan Ling Tian and his mother. Duan Ling Tian is also here. The family's precious 8th grade gold injury pill is really powerful. Yeah, I saw Duan Ling Tian when he was carried back. He was half dead. Now that he's taken the 8th grade gold injury pill, he's full of energy again. Li Xian is also too much. Normally, it's fine if he bullies Duan Ling Tian and the 9th elder won't say anything. But this time, he was so heavy-handed and almost killed Duan Ling Tian. It would be strange if the 9th elder didn't flip out. When the Li family members saw Li Rou and Duan Ling Tian arrive, they whispered to each other. Patriarch. Li Rou led Duan Ling Tian and bowed to the middle-aged man on the left. 9th elder, in today's matter, my son Li Xian was in the wrong first. But now that your son is fine and my son has been exposed to the sun for an entire morning, can we release him? At this moment, the cross-eyed middle-aged man, who was the Li family's 7th elder, Li Kun, had a gloomy expression on his face. However, Li Rou didn't even bother with him. Instead, she led Duan Ling Tian to Li Xian, who was tied up. Chapter 2. Duan Ling Tian laughed. Punching a sandbag? He was good at this. Li Xian, who was tied to the torture pillar, was about the same age as Duan Ling Tian, and his face had already turned green from the sun. When he heard Li Rou's words, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Father, save me. Li Rou, don't go too far. 7th elder Li Kun flew into a rage. Go too far. Li Kun, usually your son bullies my son, and my son's skill is inferior, so it's unavoidable for him to be injured, and I accept it. This time, your son almost killed my son. Do you really think that I, Li Rou, am easy to bully? Li Rou glanced coldly at Li Kun, and her tone was mixed with breathtaking anger. Tian, go ahead, I want to see who dares to obstruct me from punishing the younger generation today. Li Rou's words were full of heroism. Although she was a girl, the aura she displayed at this moment was not inferior to a man in the slightest. Patriarch. Li Kun looked at the head of the family, Li Nanfeng, who was beside him. He wanted him to uphold justice. 7th elder, today's matter is a private matter between you and 9th elder, try to settle it privately. Li Nanfeng shook his head. Is it him who caused you to be in such a miserable state? He muttered to himself, not knowing who Duan Ling Tian was talking to. Slap. He took a step forward, and without saying a word, directly gave Li Xian a slap. A slight piercing pain came from his palm, and Duan Ling Tian's brows slightly furrowed. This body was too useless. Duan Ling Tian, untie me if you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Half of Li Xian's face was swollen from the slap, and his eyes emitted a cold and fierce light as he roared. Fight one-on-one. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. As for whether I have the guts or not, that's none of your business. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he spread out his hands and shrugged indifferently. Paw! He slapped Li Xian again. This guy's skin is really thick. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows and exhaled. He blew on his aching palms with an unhappy expression. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the surrounding Li family members were rendered speechless. He was tied to the stake and had no way to retaliate, yet you still complained that he was thick-skinned? What kind of people were they? Shoes are more practical. Duan Lingtian bent down and took off one of his shoes. He held it in his hand and pointed it at Li Xian's face. This scene caused all of the Li family members to feel a chill in their hearts. Was this Duan Lingtian trying to slap Li Xian's face with his shoe? If she really slapped him, Li Xian's face would directly burst open. Little bastard, you're courting death. Li Kun couldn't endure it any longer. His figure moved and flew out like a rock, charging towards Duan Lingtian. I think it's you who's courting death. Li Ro moved as well. She moved with graceful steps as if she'd transformed into the wind and stood in front of Duan Lingtian first. Her slender, jade-like hand flickered with the brilliance of origin energy as she slapped out a palm towards Li Kun, who was flying over. At the same time, in the air above Li Ro, strands of white mist were faintly discernible. Li Ro, today I want to see just how capable you, the ninth elder, are. Li Kun's gaze was cold and fierce as his large hand descended like a cattail leaf fan. Origin energy bloomed as he used all his strength to welcome Li Ro's palm. Instantly, 4 faint ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Li Kun. Li Kun attacked with all his strength, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes. In other words, the strength he exerted now was comparable to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. A single ancient mammoth had the strength of 5,000 pounds. Mother! Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly worried. All the Li family disciples watched with rapt attention. The battle between the 7th elder and the 9th elder was a grand occasion that was rarely seen. Slap! Under the gazes of everyone, Li Ro and Li Kun's palms collided. After their bodies stopped, Li Ro's body slightly leaned forward, and the white mist above her developed into ancient mammoth silhouettes. A total of 6. The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. The result of Li Kun's strength of 4 ancient mammoths against Li Ro's strength of 6 ancient mammoths was easy to imagine. Instantly, Li Kun flew out over 10 meters like an arrow that left the bow, in a sorry state. Li Kun's face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the gradually dissipating 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Li Ro with a face full of disbelief. How is this possible? The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. This Li Ro is actually a 4th-level core formation martial artist. Li Kun's heart shook. He never would have imagined this. The 9th elder, Li Ro, who had always kept a low profile and almost never fought in the Li family, actually had such a terrifying strength. The Li family disciples present couldn't help but gasp. The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. 9th elder is so strong. According to the estimation of the strength of the ancient mammoths, 9th elder's strength should have stepped into the 4th level of the core formation stage. I never imagined that the usually gentle 9th elder would actually have such strength. If it wasn't for Li Xian almost killing Duan Lingtian this time, we wouldn't have had the chance to see 9th elder fight. Li Ro stood there, her slender figure seeming incomparably tall. I never imagined that Mom would have such strength. Drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. She should be at the 4th level of the core formation stage without a doubt. Duan Lingtian let out a sigh of relief. In this world, the beginning of a martial artist was the body tempering stage, and it was divided into 9 levels. Cultivating to the 9th level of the body tempering stage would allow the fleshly body to possess a strength of 5,000 pounds. Once you use your full strength, you can draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop an ancient mammoth silhouette, possessing the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Above the body tempering stage was the core formation stage. The biggest difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage was origin energy. After the 9th level of the body tempering stage, developing origin energy would be the 1st level of the core formation stage. The strength of one's origin energy at the 1st level of the core formation stage was comparable to the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Adding on the strength of the fleshly body, one could exert the strength of two ancient mammoths. Later on, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the strength one could control. In my previous life, I used form and will fist to temper my fleshly body and cultivate my inner strength. I asked myself if I could find a match on earth. But the strongest strength I could exert when combining my fleshly body and inner strength was only 5,000 pounds, comparable to the 9th level of the body tempering stage of this world. The bodies of the people of this world are innately stronger than the people of Earth from my previous life. Origin energy is also a level higher than inner strength. In my previous life on Earth, I cultivated to the limit. But in this world, my little bit of strength can only be considered as a starting point. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. This world was slightly interesting. Tian, no one will disturb you now. Continue. Li Ro's gentle voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Dad, save me. Li Xian's face was ashen, and his eyes revealed deep fear. If the shoe in Duan Lingtian's hand was really slapped down, it wouldn't be a joke. Li Kuan's face was gloomy. But because he was afraid of Li Ro, he didn't dare make any more moves. Duan Lingtian grinned. Slap! The shoe in his hand fiercely fell down. Li Xian let out a shrill cry as a shoe print appeared on his face. Slap! 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 Duan Lingtian held the shoe and landed it on Li Xian's face over and over again. Every time the shoe landed, the Li family members present couldn't help but tremble. Just hearing the sound made them shudder. Only when Li Xian fainted did Duan Lingtian stop. Go in peace. I've avenged you. Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart. Only he knew who he was talking to. When he left with his mother Li Ro, Duan Lingtian noticed. When 7th Elder Li Kun looked at him, there was a bloodthirsty hatred in his eyes, as if he was about to devour him. His heart sank. He had seen this kind of gaze countless times in his previous life. People who had this kind of gaze were all people who would do anything to achieve their goals. Therefore, in his previous life, those who had looked at him with this kind of gaze were all strangled in the cradle by him. I'm afraid today's matter is only the beginning. I have to quickly increase my strength. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Duan Lingtian felt the pressure. Although Li Kun wasn't his mother's match, his mother couldn't always be by his side and take care of him forever. If he wanted to survive in this world where the strong were respected, he could only rely on himself. What he needed now was strength, powerful strength. As the 9th elder of the Li family, Li Ro had her own courtyard. There were 3 bedrooms in the courtyard. Li Ro and Duan Lingtian each lived in one, and the servant girls lived in the other. After returning, Duan Lingtian greeted Li Ro and returned to his room. Tian seems a little different after getting injured this time. As the person closest to Duan Lingtian, Li Ro also noticed that Duan Lingtian was a little different after waking up this time. She didn't think too much about it. She only thought that her son was frightened. How could she know that although her son's body was still there, his soul had already changed into another person? After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat on his bed with a gloomy face. From that unfamiliar memory, he knew that the original owner of this body had been weak and sickly since young. To complete body tempering, step into the first level of the body tempering realm, and become a martial artist, was simply harder than ascending to the heavens. Your mother was so strong, how could she give birth to a cripple like you? I'm also unlucky to actually possess your body. Duan Lingtian cursed in his heart. Jiji. At this moment, a series of gloomy and hoarse laughter suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's mind. Who's there? Duan Lingtian's face changed greatly. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky that your soul wasn't destroyed by me. But, it's the same now. No, you're not that kid, who are you? Damn it, you actually dared to snatch the body that I took a fancy to, die. Chapter 3. Die. A furious roar abruptly exploded out within Duan Lingtian's mind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a piercing pain come over, causing him to almost faint. The piercing pain came from the depths of his soul, causing Duan Lingtian's body to start trembling. No. Impossible. You're not a person of this world. Almost. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. His hoarse voice suddenly changed, as if he'd encountered something that caused him to be terrified. After roaring, his voice completely vanished as if it had never appeared. What's going on? After the piercing pain vanished, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. In next to no time, his eyes stared wide open. Right at this moment, a vast and complicated unfamiliar memory charged into his mind and was taken over by him. This, even if he'd lived 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was still stunned by this memory. This unfamiliar memory belonged to one of the 7 great Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent 10,000 years ago, Emperor Wu of Samsara. Cloud Continent was the general name of this world. The 7 great Emperor Wu of 10,000 years ago were all figures that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, existences comparable to gods. They were exceedingly formidable and looked down upon the common people, shattering space with a flick of their fingers, plucking the stars with a stretch of their hands, and blocking out the sun and moon. All those years ago, Emperor Wu of Samsara could be said to be the #1 person amongst the 7 great Emperor Wu. He'd once seized the body of another and was reborn, experiencing 2 lifetimes. In his first lifetime, besides pursuing the peak of the martial Tao, he was also a formidable alchemist. In his second lifetime, he was a formidable weapons craftsman, and he'd even studied the art of inscriptions to the extreme. Unbelievable! Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. This Samsara Emperor Wu relied on the 3 lives rebirth technique to study medicine refinement, weapons crafting, and inscriptions to the extreme in only 2 lifetimes. His martial strength was profound, and he could be said to be all-round. So it turns out that this time he was prepared to crush Duan Lingtian's soul and seize Duan Lingtian's body to start his 3rd lifetime of cultivation. However, my appearance completely destroyed his plan. The moment he destroyed Duan Lingtian's soul, I came from Earth and seized control of Duan Lingtian's body. He wanted to destroy my soul just now, but who knew that my soul didn't belong to this world at all? Although the strength of his soul is unparalleled in the world, after colliding with my soul, due to the restrictions of certain rules, his soul still turned into ashes. So it turns out that he had been hiding in Duan Lingtian's body for many years, waiting for an opportunity to seize Duan Lingtian's body. The reason why Duan Lingtian's body is so weak is also because of him. He was worried that Duan Lingtian's strength would affect his soul possession. This time, Duan Lingtian was seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread. He found an opportunity, but who would have thought that at the last moment, I would appear and make all his efforts go to waste? Fate, this was fate. You, Reincarnation Emperor Wu, are a godlike existence on Cloud Continent. If you can complete 3 reincarnations, the 3 lives reincarnation technique will be perfected. At that time, even if the other 6 Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for you. Unfortunately, at the last moment, because of me, a soul from another world, you failed at the last moment. Instead, you helped me. All the memories of your 2 lifetimes, including your knowledge of medicine refinement, weapon refinement, and inscription techniques, are now a part of my memories. I really have to thank you properly for helping me in my hour of need. Ha 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 ha, Duan Lingtian laughed. Originally, he was still worrying about how to start cultivating with this weak body, but Reincarnation Emperor Wu had given him a big gift. Yes, there are many cultivation techniques in Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. Apart from his 3 lives reincarnation technique, there's also the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he created after experiencing the vicissitudes of 2 lifetimes. It's a powerful body refinement cultivation technique that cultivates both internal and external cultivation. If one cultivates the 9 Dragons War Sovereign body, they will be invincible and their battle prowess will be unparalleled. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. My current body is too weak, so it's difficult for me to directly cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Yes, let mother help me buy some medicinal herbs and concoct the medicinal liquid required for the medicinal bath. In his first lifetime, Reincarnation Emperor Wu was a royal-grade alchemist. Therefore, concocting the medicinal liquid required for the medicinal bath was not difficult for Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of ordinary people, alchemists on Cloud Continent were divided into 9 grades. Grade 9 was the lowest, and Grade 1 was the highest. Only some of the great figures standing at the peak of Cloud Continent knew. Above Grade 1 alchemists were quasi-royal grade alchemists and royal grade alchemists. Reincarnation Emperor Wu was once the only royal grade alchemist on Cloud Continent. Mother, I need these medicinal herbs. Duan Lingtian passed the paper in his hand to Li Ro. Tian, these are all medicinal herbs that strengthen one's physique. In the past, I've asked the Grand Elder to concoct some for you, but it didn't have any effect. Li Ro looked at the medicinal formula. Although she didn't understand alchemy, she still recognized these medicinal herbs. The Li family's Grand Elder, Li Hua, was a grade 9 alchemist and the only alchemist in the Li family. His status in the Li family was very high. Mother, I still want to try. The youth had a stubborn and firm expression. Okay, mother will go buy it for you. Li Ro nodded dotingly. In her opinion, as long as her son was happy, so what if these medicinal herbs were wasted? It was nothing more than some worldly possessions. Tian, do you need mother to ask the Grand Elder to help you concoct it? Half an hour later, Li Ro returned with the medicinal herbs that Duan Lingtian needed. Mother, no need. Just give it to me. After receiving the medicinal herbs, the youth returned to his room. Could it be that Tian wants to concoct those medicinal herbs himself? Never mind, as long as he's happy. Those medicinal herbs aren't poisonous, let him play with them. Li Ro's heart moved. The medicinal herbs that Duan Lingtian asked Li Ro to buy were a total of 7 types. They were all relatively common medicinal herbs that were prepared to be used to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. This medicinal liquid could strengthen one's physique and increase the cultivation speed of a body-tempering martial artist. The medicinal formula for the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid had long been extinct on the Cloud Continent. It was found in an ancient ruin during the second lifetime of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Originally, he planned to use it during his third lifetime, but now it had become a gift for Duan Lingtian. Concocting medicinal liquids was different from refining medicinal pills. Refining medicinal pills could only be done by alchemists who had condensed their pill fire and had reached grade. Concocting medicinal liquids, as long as one had the medicinal formula and knew the ratio of medicinal herbs and the order of concoction, anyone would be able to concoct it. The first time he concocted the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, Duan Lingtian clumsily spent an hour before concocting it according to the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. After that, he asked his mother's maid to prepare a bathtub and warm water. After Duan Lingtian poured the 7 treasures body tempering liquid into the bathtub and mixed it evenly, he took off his clothes and jumped in. Sitting cross-legged in the bathtub, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a numbing feeling coming from all over his body. He knew that this was the medicinal liquid of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid fusing into his body and changing his physique. Closing his eyes, Duan Lingtian started to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was also divided into the War Sovereign 9 transformations. When cultivated to the peak, one could control the strength of 9 dragons and become the Emperor Wu with matchless divine might. Now, Duan Lingtian was cultivating the first transformation, the Spirit Serpent form. Under Duan Lingtian's greedy absorption, the medicinal liquid within the bathtub was quickly used up. At this time, the cultivation of the Spirit Serpent form was also on the right track. When a martial artist enters the martial arts realm, the main point is to temper the body, strengthen the vital energy and blood, and transform the fleshly body. 3 days later, after absorbing the 3rd tub of medicinal liquid, Duan Lingtian finally stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage. While walking out of the bathtub, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the full-length mirror. Looking at the robust body in the mirror that was completely different from 3 days ago, Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, He started to stretch his body and discovered that the strength of his body's flexibility was shocking. There were many inconceivable movements that he could now easily complete. His body was as nimble as a spirit serpent. This was the characteristic of the spirit serpent form, causing the body to be as flexible as a spirit serpent. This 9 Dragons War sovereign technique is worthy of being created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes. I'm afraid it's not inferior to the 3 lives reincarnation technique. A normal martial artist at the first level of the body tempering stage can only increase their strength by around 10 pounds. But now, my strength has increased by over 15 pounds. My strength is close to that of a martial artist at the second level of the body tempering stage. If I were to go against Li Xian at the second level of the body tempering stage now, even if my strength is inferior to his, by relying on the form and wolf fist that I cultivated in my previous life, as well as my individual combat skills, I would be able to easily defeat him. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Chapter 4. 3 days later. Tian Yu, looking at Duan Lingtian, Li Ro's face was filled with disbelief. After a moment, she stretched out her trembling hands and gently kneaded Duan Lingtian's arms. As a core formation martial artist, she saw through Duan Lingtian's current cultivation with a glance. First level of the body tempering stage. Her son had finally completed body tempering and become a martial artist. In these past few years, seeing that Duan Lingtian was unable to complete body tempering and his body was getting weaker and weaker, she saw this and was anxious in her heart. "Mother, why are you crying?" Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and helped Li Ro wipe away her tears. "Mother is fine. Mother is happy. Mother is happy." Li Ro wiped away the tears on her face and smiled. Her heart that had been in suspense for several years was finally put down. Soon, she realized. Her son's change had happened in these 3 days. In 3 days, such a change had happened. She couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, she remembered that Duan Lingtian asked her to buy medicinal herbs 3 days ago. Her beautiful eyes slightly focused and her heart moved. Could it be, Tian, the change in your body is because of those medicinal herbs you asked me to buy last time? Li Ro asked the question in her heart. "Yes, mother." Duan Lingtian nodded. "You made the medicine yourself?" Li Ro asked curiously. Duan Lingtian nodded again. "Tian, what medicine did you make? Also, when did you know how to make medicine?" Li Ro took a deep breath. Duan Lingtian's heart moved slightly. The matter of reincarnation Emperor Wu was too shocking. Moreover, it was difficult for him to explain it because it was related to his previous life. "Mother, after I was seriously injured by Li Xian and fell into a coma, I had a strange dream. I dreamed of an old man who taught me the prescription of a medicinal liquid." He casually found an excuse. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian explained the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, including its specific effects. Increase the cultivation speed of a body tempering stage martial artist? Li Ro was shocked. She had never heard of any medicinal liquid that could increase one's cultivation speed in the tempered body realm. Moreover, the medicinal herbs required were so common. She could tell that this prescription was not simple. According to her knowledge, it wasn't that there weren't any medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation speed in the tempered body stage, but that kind of medicinal pill could only be refined by ranked alchemists. The medicinal ingredients required were also extremely expensive, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford to use it. "Tian, don't tell anyone else about the formula." Realizing the value of the prescription, Li Ro's first thought was to protect her son, so she warned him with a solemn face. "Mother, I know. I will only tell Mother." Duan Lingtian smiled. As an orphan in his previous life, he enjoyed the motherly love of this life. "Good child." Li Ro smiled as well. Her smile was bright and moving, causing flowers to hide from the moon. "Tian, now that you have stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage, you can go to the family's martial pavilion to choose a martial skill." "Yes, Mother, I'll go take a look." Although there was no lack of martial skills in the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, he still planned to go take a look and put on an act. The martial pavilion was the place where the Li family stored their martial skills. It was extremely important, and there was usually an elder personally guarding it. Fifth Elder. After Duan Lingtian arrived at the martial pavilion, he slightly bowed to the elder at the entrance. Duan Lingtian. The fifth elder, Li Ting, was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian. You stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage? When he saw the changes in Duan Lingtian's body, he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded. Now your mother should be at ease. Yes, you can go in and choose a martial skill of your choice. Li Ting smiled. He had a good relationship with the ninth elder, Li Ro. After responding, Duan Lingtian walked into the martial pavilion. Duan Lingtian stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage. The youths who had just arrived at the martial pavilion looked at each other in dismay. To them, the shock of Duan Lingtian stepping into the first level of the body tempering stage was no less than the shock of a sow climbing a tree or a cow flying. After Duan Lingtian walked into the martial pavilion, he started flipping through the martial skills inside. In the end, he discovered that the martial skills of the Li family's martial pavilion were very ordinary. In his opinion, these low and middle-grade yellow-rank martial skills were even inferior to military boxing, not to mention the form and will fist that he cultivated in his previous life. In this world, people's bodies are strong and their origin power is stronger than the inner strength of my previous life, but martial skills are hard to look at. I don't need to waste my time on these martial skills. Form and will fist is more than enough. Duan Lingtian's form and will fist had stepped into the grandmaster level. Compared to his previous life's teacher, he had surpassed his teacher. Thinking of this, he left the martial pavilion. What, you didn't find anything suitable? Fifth elder Li Ting had a strange expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian come out empty-handed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Duan Lingtian nodded. Chi! Suddenly, a sneer entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Looks like you, Duan Lingtian, look down on the martial skills of our Li family's martial pavilion. I'm very curious, what kind of martial skills did your mother secretly teach you to make you so arrogant? Duan Lingtian, I heard that you have already stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage. How about I exchange a few moves with you? The voice contained a hint of mockery. Duan Lingtian raised his head. Only now did he realize. Unknowingly, Li Xian had also arrived at the martial pavilion. Bruises still hung on his cheeks as he looked at him with a provocative expression. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you. Does your face still hurt? Faced with Li Xian's provocation, Duan Lingtian did not get angry, but laughed instead. Duan Lingtian, I want to challenge you. With fifth elder as a witness, do you dare to accept the challenge? Li Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The incident 3 days ago was undoubtedly a great humiliation to him. In these 3 days, what he wanted to do the most was take revenge. Today, he heard that Duan Lingtian had stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage, so he hurried over. In his opinion, now that Duan Lingtian was already a martial artist, if he was seriously injured in an official spar, according to the clan rules, no matter how angry Duan Lingtian's mother was, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. Of course, the prerequisite was that Duan Lingtian accepted his challenge. Why wouldn't I dare? Faced with Li Xian's provocation, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled indifferently. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. Fifth elder, Li Ting, frowned. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was only at the first level of the body tempering stage and did not seem to have cultivated any martial skills. How could he be a match for Li Xian, who was at the second level of the body tempering stage? Good. Duan Lingtian, you have guts. Li Xian smiled complacently, as if his scheme had succeeded. Fifth elder, please be a witness for our spar so that ninth elder won't find trouble with me afterwards. Following that, Li Xian looked at Li Ting with slight respect. Yes, fifth elder, please be a witness. I don't wish for seventh elder to find trouble with me. Duan Ling Tian was not to be outdone. If it was before, he might be somewhat fearful of Li Xian, who was at the second level of the body tempering stage, but after witnessing the martial skills in the martial pavilion that were difficult to look at directly, he understood that he had overestimated Li Xian. This kid is too rash. Forget it, it's good to teach him a lesson. Li Ting frowned as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian, then stood up and walked out of the martial pavilion. The Li family disciples that passed by the martial pavilion all revealed excited expressions. There was a good show to watch. In the open space outside the martial pavilion, Duan Ling Tian and Li Xian stood facing each other. As a witness, Li Ting stood at the side. Duan Ling Tian, the humiliation you gave me last time, today I will return it to you tenfold. Li Xian's face revealed a sinister smile, as if Duan Ling Tian was already a fish on his chopping board. That will depend on whether you have the ability. Duan Ling Tian laughed. You're courting death. Li Xian flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted. His legs stomped on the ground and his entire body flew out like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Ferocious tiger fist. Punching out with both fists, the wind slowly stirred up as it flew towards Duan Ling Tian. It's the middle-grade yellow-rank martial skill Ferocious Tiger Fist. Li Xian is really powerful, his Ferocious Tiger Fist has obviously been cultivated to the initial stage. Duan Ling Tian has just entered the first level of the body tempering stage and probably hasn't had the time to cultivate a martial skill. He actually dares to accept Li Xian's challenge, he really isn't afraid of death. Today, with the fifth elder as a witness, even if Duan Ling Tian is heavily injured like last time, as long as he doesn't lose his life, the ninth elder can't do anything to Li Xian no matter how angry he is. The surrounding Li family disciples discussed among themselves. No one was optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's chances. After all, the difference between the first level of the body tempering stage and the second level of the body tempering stage was too great. Ferocious Tiger Fist. I think it's the Sick Cat Fist. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched, revealing a disdainful smile. In his opinion, the martial skill that Li Xian displayed was full of flaws and he had hundreds of ways to break it. In the end, he still chose the most direct way to break it. Dang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian dashed out to meet Tang Wulin head-on. Just as he was about to be hit by Li Xian's fists, his upper body bent backwards at an astonishing degree, dodging Li Xian's fists, and his figure swept behind Li Xian. Now's the time. Duan Ling Tian's feet paused, and his body nimbly turned around. His right fist clenched, his upper body bent backwards, and his arms pulled back. In an instant, Duan Ling Tian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a bow that was bent to its limit. Even his back began to tremble. With a flick of his hand, his upper body suddenly leaned forward, and his right fist shot out with the force of a landslide. Collapsing Fist. Duan Ling Tian skillfully dodged Li Xian's Ferocious Tiger Fist, and in the instant that Li Xian was carried out by inertia, his fist fiercely smashed onto Li Xian's right shoulder. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering echoed out. Li Xian was directly sent flying, emitting a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Even if Li Xian's strength exceeded Duan Ling Tian's by 10 kilograms, there was nowhere he could use it now. Bang! Li Xian's body fiercely landed on the ground, emitting another blood-curdling scream. His body violently trembled, and he painfully convulsed. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. From the fifth elder Li Ting to the Li family's disciples, everyone's mouths were wide open as they watched this scene in disbelief. Duan Ling Tian had just executed the collapsing fist. Chapter 5. Did Duan Ling Tian execute a martial skill just now? It doesn't seem like a martial skill, it feels like a straight punch. But from the moment he slid away from Li Xian's Ferocious Tiger Fist to getting behind Li Xian and turning around to throw out a straight punch, it all happened in the blink of an eye. I don't know how he did it. What kind of joke is this? How could such a powerful move not be a martial skill? Just now, Duan Lingtian only used one punch to shatter Li Xian's shoulder bone. The Li family disciples discussed animatedly. They were completely unable to see through the collapsing fist that Duan Lingtian executed just now. That punch looked simple, but its power was extremely shocking. His shoulder bone is completely shattered. Li Xian's arm can be considered as crippled. After fifth elder Li Ting inspected Li Xian's injuries, he sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Duan Lingtian with slight astonishment. A mere martial artist at the first level of the body tempering stage was actually able to execute such a terrifying attack. After asking a few Li family disciples to bring Li Xian away to treat his injuries, Li Ting walked towards Duan Lingtian, who stood there calmly. At this moment, he even had a misconception. The person standing in front of him was no longer a youth, but an expert who had immersed himself in the martial Tao for many years. What's the punch you executed just now called? It doesn't have the complexity of a normal martial skill, and the force it exerts is like a collapsing mountain. How long have you practiced it? Li Ting looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. The Li family disciples were unable to see through the profundity of Duan Lingtian's punch, but he saw it clearly. That punch looked simple, but it actually contained an extremely terrifying force. The instant Duan Lingtian threw out that punch, he perfectly poured all the strength in his body into a single point. This was something that even a high-grade yellow-rank martial skill couldn't accomplish. No, perhaps even a normal profound rank martial skill couldn't accomplish this. The martial skills of Cloud Continent were divided into 4 levels from high to low, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Every level was further divided into high grade, middle grade, and low grade. Besides the low grade and middle grade yellow rank martial skills of the Martial Pavilion, the Li family only had one high grade yellow rank martial skill, Wind Chaser Palm. Only martial artists above the core formation stage of the Li family have the qualifications to cultivate this martial skill. But Li Ting knew that even if he had mastered Wind Pursuit Palm, the strength he exerted would still be far inferior to Duan Lingtian's punch from before. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian said. As for how long he practiced, he didn't say. Could he say that he's been practicing? Collapsing fist is the straight fists. Is. Fifth elder, I'll go back first. You've seen who provoked me first. I hope you can be my witness. Duan Lingtian nodded at Li Ting and turned to leave. Collapsing fist. This kid is amazing. Li Ro, even you were fooled by your son. He's been accumulating strength for a long time. Li Ting took a deep breath, his emotions surging. He naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had been hiding his strength all these years. He could see that Duan Lingtian's collapsing fists was not something that could be mastered in a day. The Li family disciples watching all dispersed. They all knew that Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist was collapsing fist. Awesome! After returning home, Duan Lingtian let out a breath of turbid air and a smile appeared on his slightly young face. Since coming to this world, this was the first time he wantonly used form and will fist. In that instant, it was as if he had returned to his previous life's passionate and bloody life. Duan Lingtian returned to his room and discovered that the remaining 7 treasures body tempering liquid was only enough for 2 medicinal baths at most. Looks like I have to ask Mom to buy some medicinal herbs for me. Sitting in the bathtub, he enjoyed the medicinal bath while cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Duan Lingtian was completely focused, but he didn't know that the peaceful Li family was in an uproar because of his defeat of Li Xian. Hey! Did you hear? 9th Elder's son, Duan Lingtian, completed his body tempering and stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage. TCH. I already knew about this. Did you know that not only did Duan Lingtian step into the first level of the body tempering stage, he also heavily injured Li Xian and crippled one of Li Xian's arms in a fair spar witnessed by 5th Elder. It can't be. Li Xian is a martial artist at the second level of the body tempering stage. It's said that his mid-grade yellow rank martial skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist, has already been cultivated to the initial stage. Could it be that he couldn't defeat Duan Ling Tian, who is merely at the first level of the body tempering stage? Ferocious Tiger Fist is nothing. Duan Ling Tian's seemingly simple, collapsing fist that actually returns to its original state is the truly formidable one. Even Fifth Elder was shocked by it. For a time, Duan Ling Tian's collapsing fist became more and more amazing as the rumors spread. Some Li family disciples said that it was a profound rank martial skill, while some Li family disciples said that it was an earth rank martial skill. There were even some who said that Duan Ling Tian's collapsing fist was a heaven rank martial skill. Li family mansion, in a room within a large courtyard. Seventh Elder Li Kun stood in front of the bed, looking at his exhausted son who had fallen into a deep sleep with his right shoulder slumped. The words that the first elder had said to him not long ago still echoed in his ears. Ninth Elder, if it was only an ordinary bone fracture, consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill and recuperating for a period of time would be enough to recover. But your son Li Xian's shoulder was completely shattered. Even if you begged the patriarch for a grade 8 gold injury pill, it would still be powerless. My condolences. Duan Ling Tian, I want you dead, I want you dead. Li Kun's eyes glared, flickering with the luster of hatred. He gnashed his teeth, clenched his fists, and released his origin energy as he roared. Father, how's my brother? At this moment, a hurried voice came from outside the room, and a figure rushed into the room. The person who came in was Li Kun's eldest son, Li Jia, the famous genius martial artist of the Li family. At the age of 16, he had already stepped into the fourth level of the body tempering stage, and had even cultivated the intermediate grade yellow rank martial skill, Falling Leaf Palm, to the mastery stage. The children of the Li family became adults at the age of 16. After their coming of age ceremony, they would usually go to the Li family's business in Fresh Breeze Town to help out. Li Jia was no exception. When he heard that his younger brother, Li Xian, was heavily injured, he rushed back without hesitation. Little Jia, your brother's right arm is crippled. Even the first elder is powerless. Li Kun took a deep breath, his tone stifled. What? Li Jia's body trembled, as if he was struck by lightning. Their Li family's first elder was a famous grade 9 alchemist in Fresh Breeze Town, but even the first elder was powerless to help his younger brother's injury. He knew very well what this meant. Little Xian, standing in front of the bed and looking at the sleeping Li Xian, Li Jia's eyes widened. The hatred in his eyes was no less than Li Kun's. When his mother gave birth to his younger brother, she died from a difficult labor. All these years, he had always doted on his younger brother. If there was anything good to eat or fun to play with, he would give it to his younger brother. Now that his younger brother's right arm was crippled and his future was bleak, his heart was burning with rage. Father, are you sure it was Duan Ling Tian who did it? Li Jia looked at Li Kun and asked. When he first heard of this matter, besides being worried for his younger brother, Li Xian, he also felt that it was inconceivable. How could a piece of trash who hadn't even completed body tempering seriously injure his younger brother? Yes, I've asked the fifth elder. It was Duan Ling Tian. 3 days ago, that piece of trash still hadn't completed body tempering. Who would have thought that today, not only did he step into the first level of the body tempering stage, he even defeated your younger brother. It's said that he used an advanced martial skill, collapsing fist. Li Kun gritted his teeth. First level of the body tempering stage, collapsing fist. Li Jia sneered. Father, come with me. In the quiet courtyard. Mother, why did you call me out? Duan Ling Tian, who had just finished absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, walked out of his room and looked at his mother, Li Ro, with a slightly embarrassed expression. Li Ro looked at her son in front of her with a slightly absent-minded gaze. She still felt that the matter she had just heard was somewhat inconceivable. In her opinion, it was already not easy for her son to complete body tempering and step into the first level of the body tempering stage. But this little guy actually went to the martial pavilion and crippled the arm of 7th Elder Li Kun's youngest son. Moreover, it was an incurable injury. Collapsing fist. Tian, shouldn't you explain to your mother when you learned this martial skill that even the fifth elder exclaimed in admiration? Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile that wasn't a smile. Mother, if I said that when the old man in my dreams passed me the medicinal formula, he also passed it down to me, would you believe me? Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Tian, you've grown up. Since you have something that's hard to say, mother won't force you. But you have to remember, no matter when and no matter what happens, mother will always be your biggest support. Li Ro looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and faintly sighed. Mother. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled and his eyes turned slightly red. Ninth Elder, Li Kun requests an audience. At this moment, a disgusting voice that sounded like a fly broke the warm atmosphere between mother and son. He still has the face to come. Li Ro's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light as she replied. In the next moment, 7th Elder Li Kun brought his eldest son into the courtyard and looked at Duan Lingtian with hatred. 7th Elder, don't tell me you're here to cause trouble for my son. Li Ro took a step forward and protected Duan Lingtian behind her. She smiled faintly. 9th Elder, rest assured. The battle between my son Li Xian and your son Duan Lingtian was witnessed by the 5th Elder. He lost an arm because he was not as good as his opponent. He can't blame anyone else. Li Kun took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Then 7th Elder, why are you here this time? Hearing Li Kun's words, Li Ro became curious. Greetings, 9th Elder. At this moment, Li Kun's son, Li Jia, stood out. 9th Elder, my father came with me this time. I'm here to challenge Duan Lingtian. I heard that his crushing fist is very powerful. After greeting Li Ro, Li Jia looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Hearing this, Li Ro's face was covered with frost. Li Jia, if I remember correctly, you're older than my son by a year and have already stepped into the 4th level of the body tempering stage. My son is only at the 1st level of the body tempering stage. You have the nerve to challenge him. Li Ro glanced at Li Jia and said indifferently. 9th Elder, Duan Lingtian is not an ordinary 1st level of the body tempering stage. He can even easily defeat my brother. His strength is extraordinary. Li Jia smiled as if he did not see Li Ro's cold expression. Just as Li Ro was about to send her guest off, Duan Lingtian walked out from behind her. Chapter 6. Tian. Li Ro frowned. She was unhappy with her son's decision. What are your conditions? Tell me. Li Jia looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. In his opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian agreed to the challenge, as long as the conditions were not too excessive, he would agree to them. This was a good opportunity for him to avenge his brother Li Xian. He did not want to miss it. My conditions are very simple. Delay it for a month. After a month, I will battle with you. If you are not willing or do not dare, then forget it. I will pretend that you never came and challenged me. Duan Lingtian's face was calm, as if he was certain that Li Jia would agree. Fine, I will give you a month's time. I hope that you will not be a coward by then. Li Jia did not hesitate and immediately agreed. A cold smile appeared on his face. This Duan Lingtian, did he really think that he would be able to defeat him in a month's time? After Li Kun and Li Jia left. Little Jia, Duan Lingtian purposely delayed it for a month. Could it be that he is confident that he can defeat you in a month's time? You just agreed to his conditions, don't you think that was a little too hasty? Li Kun frowned. Father, trash will always be trash. Even if he completed body tempering, he is only at the 1st level of the body tempering stage. Give him another month and he may not even reach the 2nd level of the body tempering stage. Li Jia smiled confidently. But, Li Kun still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Li Jia. Father, what you are afraid of is Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist, right? You can rest assured. Even if Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist is a profound level martial skill, and even if he can reach the 2nd level of the body tempering stage in a month's time, do you think that he can catch up to me with just collapsing fist? The difference between the third level of the body tempering stage and the fourth level of the body tempering stage is a watershed. Not to mention the difference between the second level of the body tempering stage and the fourth level of the body tempering stage. Father is thinking too much. Father is becoming muddle-headed because of your brother's injury. Li Kun smiled as he listened to his son's logical analysis. His eldest son had always been his pride and had never let him down. After Li Kun and his son left, when he saw his mother, Li Ro, looking at him with a displeased expression. Mom, don't worry, I'm confident. Duan Ling Tian was the first to speak. Tian, mother has seen the changes in you, but you should not be so ambitious. That Li Jia was the publicly acknowledged genius of the younger generation in the clan. He was the focus of the clan's nurturing, and he was also publicly acknowledged as the strongest fourth-level body tempering martial artist in the clan. He is not someone his younger brother, Li Xian, can compare to. Li Ro sighed faintly. Mother, I know what you're saying. Can you believe me? I will definitely win. I won't disgrace my mother. Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Ro seriously. Silly child, mother is not afraid of losing face. Mother is worried about you. Mother doesn't want you to be like a few days ago and almost leave mother. Li Ro's beautiful eyes reddened as she spoke. The incident that happened a few days ago had cast a shadow over her heart. Mother, I promise that I won't let you worry about me in the future. Duan Ling Tian vowed solemnly. Okay, mother believes you. If you need anything in this month, don't hesitate to tell mother. Li Ro lightly nodded and squeezed out a smile on her face. Mother, go buy some more of the medicinal herbs I asked you to buy last time. Also, I want some silver. After getting some silver from his mother, Li Ro, Duan Ling Tian left his family's courtyard and walked out of the Li family. This was the first time he had left his home since coming to this world. Fresh Breeze Town's market was divided into 3 bustling streets. The Li family's market was divided between 3 families. The Li family's market was located in the north, close to the Li family's mansion. Duan Ling Tian had just walked into the Li family's market when he heard the sounds of hawkers hawking their wares. The stalls on both sides of the street were filled with a dazzling array of exotic ornaments. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as if he had returned to the ancient times of his previous life. This kind of scene could only be seen on television in his previous life. Duan Ling Tian walked along the street, looking left and right. When he arrived at the entrance of the Li family's weapon shop, he saw the dazzling array of weapons arranged neatly. He hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward and leaving the Li family's market. He walked into the Chen family's market in the southwest. The Chen family, along with the Li family and the Fong family, was one of the families in Fresh Breeze Town. The 3 great families were like 3 pillars in Fresh Breeze Town, restricting each other. Although there was no lack of conflict in the dark, on the surface, it was calm and peaceful. No one was willing to be the first bird to stand out. As soon as he walked into the Chen family's weapon shop, a person came up to him. Sir, what kind of weapon do you need? The person asked with a smile. I don't want to buy a weapon. I only want to buy a few materials from you. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Not buying a weapon, only buying materials. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the person was shocked. Could it be that this young customer had a respected weapon craftsman behind him? Weapon craftsmen were different from the blacksmiths in the weapon shops. Their status in Cloud Continent was high, not inferior to alchemists. Every weapon craftsman was in existence that could cause various powers to fight to the death for. The weapons forged by blacksmiths were only ordinary weapons. The weapons forged by weapon craftsmen were spirit weapons that could increase attack power to a certain extent and were extremely outstanding. In Fresh Breeze Town, each of the 3 great families had an alchemist, but no weapon craftsman. From this, it could be seen how rare weapon craftsmen were. Sir, what kind of materials do you need? I'll go prepare them for you right away. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the attitude of the person before him had suddenly changed, and his tone had an additional sense of reverence. He could guess the reason, but he didn't point it out. He didn't buy materials for the sake of weapon crafting. Even though Reincarnation Emperor Wu was a royal-grade weapon craftsman, and he'd also inherited all of Reincarnation Emperor Wu's knowledge and memories of weapon crafting. But to become a weapon craftsman, one had to at least step into the core formation stage and develop origin energy. Ranked alchemists were the same. Without origin energy, they were utterly unable to condense pill fire and refine medicinal pills. Duan Tian listed out 9 types of materials he needed in one breath. These materials were all materials he prepared to use to inscribe inscriptions. Inscriptions were something that was extremely rare in the current Cloud continent. They were usually inscribed on personal belongings and weapons. Things that were inscribed with inscriptions would carry a type of strange energy. These energies came in all shapes and sizes, and there was no specific distinction. Once the energy was released, the inscription would be completely exhausted. It was similar to the bombs in his previous life. Once they exploded, they were gone. From Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, Duan Tian found out that the era when Cloud Continent's inscription technique developed to its peak was precisely the era when Reincarnation Emperor Wu was undergoing his second lifetime of cultivation. During that era, Reincarnation Emperor Wu grasped all the practical inscription techniques out of greed. Reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3 lives reincarnation technique required the soul to sleep for 10,000 years before reincarnation. Only after 10,000 years would one begin to search for a new body. Now, 10,000 years had passed, and the inscription technique had gradually declined due to certain reasons. Inscription masters on Cloud Continent had become existences that were highly sought after, and their status seemed to surpass alchemists and weapons craftsmen. The 9 types of ordinary materials that Duan Tian wanted to buy were materials that he prepared to inscribe a type of low-level inscription. Customer, these are the materials you want. A total of 7 taels of silver. The people from the Chen family weapon shop quickly prepared all the materials for Duan Tian. After respectfully sending off Duan Tian, he also left the weapon shop and walked towards the Chen family estate. He had to report the news of a possible weapon craftsman appearing in Fresh Breeze Town to the Patriarch as soon as possible to prevent the other 2 families from getting ahead of him. Money really isn't a problem. Mother gave me 20 taels of silver, and I've already spent half of it. Duan Tian shook his head and took a shortcut to the Li family estate. When he passed by the intersection of the 3 markets of Fresh Breeze Town, he noticed a group of people surrounding the road, pointing and whispering. Curious, Duan Tian squeezed into the crowd. He saw a woman wearing mourning clothes kneeling by the roadside. The woman's long hair covered her face. Looking at her figure, she should only be around 15 years old. In front of her was a piece of paper with a few bright red words written on it, "Sell your body to bury your mother." Duan Tian never thought that he would be able to see a plot that he would only see on TV in his previous life. As a former king of weapons, his sharp intuition allowed him to clearly feel the sad aura that the young woman inadvertently exuded. This little girl's figure is not bad. Raise your head and let me see. If your looks are not bad, I'll buy you back to be my personal maid. A fat man with a big belly and a face full of the aura of a nouveau riche lecherously looked at the young woman kneeling on the ground. That's right, if you don't even raise your head, who would dare to buy you? Someone followed along and encouraged him. If there's a benefactor willing to help me bury my mother, then I will raise my head. The young woman opened her mouth, still not raising her head. Her beautiful voice was filled with stubbornness. Your voice is not bad, but since you won't raise your head, it must be because you have an ugly face. Before the fat man with a big belly could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Duan Tian, who couldn't stand it anymore. I'll give you 10 taels of silver, so you can properly bury your mother. Duan Tian walked to the front of the young woman and said softly. Thank you, young master. The young woman's body trembled slightly. She slowly raised her head and stretched out a pair of tender little hands to push aside the long hair in front of her face. Her clean and white face was slightly tender. Without any makeup, it showed her beauty without makeup. Under the curved willow leaf eyebrows was a pair of beautiful autumn eyes. Her grievances revealed a strong determination, causing people to feel pity for her. Her jade-like nose was straight and her red lips were round and alluring. It gave people the urge to go up and kiss her. Duan Ling Tian and the fat man originally had the same thought. This young woman was unwilling to raise her head because her appearance was not good enough for the audience. But who would have thought that this young woman was actually a beauty? Coupled with her exquisite figure, she appeared slender and elegant. It could be imagined that when this young woman grew up, she would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful woman. For a moment, the surrounding men all fiercely swallowed their saliva, their eyes revealing a look of greed. He only bid 10 taels of silver, I bid 20 taels. In the future, you'll follow me well. When the fat man with a big belly saw the young woman's true appearance, his saliva flowed out and he couldn't wait to bid. I bid 30 taels. Another person followed. I bid 50 taels. I bid 60 taels. Seeing these people competing to bid, Duan Ling Tian only looked on coldly. Chapter 7. The bidding price continued to rise, causing many onlookers to shake their heads. Before the girl raised her head, no one paid any attention to her. Only a kind-hearted youth was willing to pay 10 taels of silver to bury her mother. Now that the girl revealed her beautiful face, some of the men who were unwilling to pay went completely crazy. I'll pay 100 taels of silver. Very soon, the fat man in luxurious clothes with a big belly snorted softly and then shouted again, if someone offers a higher price than me, I'll give it to him. If you don't, then this little girl is mine today. 100 taels of silver. The people who were bidding shut their mouths. 100 taels of silver was already beyond their expectations. In their eyes, this girl was not worth that much money. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for letting me win. The well-dressed fatty smiled and cupped his hands, his fat face full of pride. From now on, you'll follow me. Then, he looked at the girl kneeling on the ground. I'll pay 200 taels. At this moment, a frivolous voice was heard. The crowd opened up a path, and a thin youth with frivolous footsteps and a sickly face walked in. His lustful eyes fell on the girl's body. Fong Jian. Duan Ling Tian recognized this youth who was indulging in wine and women. The youth was the son of the head of Fresh Breeze Town's Fong family. He was only 15 years old, but he had already ruined many good girls and was notorious in Fresh Breeze Town. If not for his unusual identity, he would have been beaten to death. You think you can pay 200 taels of silver with your cowardly appearance? The fat man with a big belly sized up Fong Jian with disdain. He did not notice that after Fong Jian appeared, most of the people around him showed a look of fear. You're not from Fresh Breeze Town, are you? Fong Jian glanced at the fatty and said coldly. Humph. I'm a merchant from outside and have seen the world. Don't think I can't see that even though you're wearing a brocade robe, I don't know where you stole it. I can tell that you're a pauper just by looking at you. You don't even look like a prince in a dragon robe. I'm afraid you can't even take out 5 taels of silver. The fatty looked at Fong Jian with disdain, as if he had seen through him. Hurry up and get lost. Poochie. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. Most of the people around them blushed. They were afraid of Fong Jian and wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Fatty, you are dead meat. Fong Jian glared at Duan Ling Tian, then looked at Fatty and took a deep breath. You bunch of useless things, why are you still standing there like idiots? Get over here and beat this fatty to death for me. Don't you know who I, Fong Jian, am? In Fresh Breeze Town, I am the boss. While Fatty was still in a daze, Fong Jian suddenly shouted. Yes, young master. 3 burly youths around the same age as Fong Jian stepped out and surrounded the fatty. Fong Jian. He was Fong Jian. Fatty was dumbfounded. Although he had only been in Fresh Breeze Town for a few days, he had heard of some of the famous people in Fresh Breeze Town. Among them was the son of the patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Jian. He was the infamous young thug of Fresh Breeze Town. Relying on the power of the Fong family, he bullied people everywhere. Not many people dared to provoke him. So it was young Master Fong. I was blind and didn't recognize young Master Fong. Please forgive me. I will give this woman to young Master Fong. Fatty's expression changed. He no longer had the smug look from before. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. His tone was humble and respectful. It's too late. Beat this young master. Fong Jian coldly snorted and shouted. Young Master Fong, spare me, spare me. The three burly youths, who had obviously completed body tempering, directly attacked and beat Fatty until he rolled on the ground and begged for mercy. The surrounding crowd consciously retreated a few steps and watched from afar. They were afraid that the Fong family's young master's subordinates would be implicated. Fong Jian acted as if he didn't hear Fatty's begging. Little beauty, come home with this young master. This young master will give you 200 taels to help you bury your mother. In the future, you will follow this young master well. This young master will take good care of you. Fong Jian looked at the young girl kneeling on the ground. With an anxious expression, he reached out his hand to hold her hand. The young girl stood up in a panic. Perhaps it was because she had knelt for too long, her blood was not flowing freely. Her legs were slightly trembling. Young Master Fong, this young master has already spent 10 taels of silver to buy this servant. This servant is already his for life. The young girl hid behind Duan Lingtian and said in a trembling voice. 10 taels? Didn't you hear this young master bid 200 taels? Fong Jian's face darkened. He felt that he had been played. This servant has never let anyone compete. I will follow whoever is willing to pay first to help me bury my mother. The young girl's voice was filled with stubbornness. Not bad, not bad. You have backbone. This young master likes it. However, even if you want to follow him, he might not dare to let you. Kid, don't you think so? Fong Jian looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He was obviously threatening Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian knew Fong Jian didn't know Duan Lingtian. Young master, save me. The young girl grabbed onto Duan Lingtian's sleeve as if she was grabbing onto a life-saving straw and begged in a low voice. She had long heard of Fong Jian's notoriety in Fresh Breeze Town. She feared Fong Jian from the bottom of her heart. She would rather die than become Fong Jian's servant. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian patted the back of the young girl's hand and said with a smile. His smile made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. The young girl's anxious expression also eased. Young master, this fat pig has fainted. After the well-dressed fatty was beaten until his entire body was covered in blood and he fainted, Fong Jian's three subordinates stopped and reported. Don't worry about him for now. Come and take a look. Someone wants to steal this young master's woman. Fong Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a mocking smile. Who is so bold as to steal my young master's woman? Fong Jian's three subordinates stared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Scram! Duan Lingtian's voice was cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. It made people's hearts turn cold. Fong Jian and his three subordinates were stunned. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. Where did this hothead come from? Kid, do you know who I am? Fong Jian asked with a cold smile. He now suspected that this kid didn't even know who he was. Aren't you the useless youngest son of the Fong family's patriarch? Relying on the power of the Fong family, you bully people everywhere. I really don't know what will happen to you if the Fong family is no longer around. Duan Lingtian sneered. He held the young girl's soft hand and walked out of the crowd. Kill him. Fong Jian's face was as red as a pig's liver. He roared with extreme anger. Yes, young master. His three subordinates rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Stand here and don't move. Duan Lingtian said softly to the young girl. Facing Fong Jian's three subordinates, he was not the slightest bit afraid and directly went up to meet them. Just now, he could see that the strongest of the three was only at the second level of the body tempering stage. To him, there was no threat. Duan Lingtian moved his feet, dodging the strongest person's attack and swept behind him. He nimbly turned around. His upper body leaned backwards, his arms pulled back, and his back trembled. His entire body was like a strong bow that was ready to shoot. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian's right fist swung out like an arrow released from a bow. His fist was like a collapsing mountain. He poured all the strength in his body into his fist and it smashed into the opponent's back, hitting the center of his spine. Gotcha. The opponent let out a shrill scream and flew out fiercely. He collapsed on the ground and fainted. This scene was almost exactly the same as when Duan Lingtian defeated Li Xian this morning. The only difference was that when he defeated Li Xian, Duan Lingtian showed mercy and only crippled Li Xian's arm. But this time, he directly shattered his opponent's spine. This subordinate of Fang Jian's would never be able to stand up again in this lifetime. When Fang Jian's other two subordinates saw that their strongest person had been defeated, their expressions changed greatly and they were stunned on the spot. But when they noticed Fang Jian's cold gaze, they still braced themselves and rushed forward. Bang! Bang! Two people at the first level of the body tempering stage. Duan Lingtian teaching them a lesson was like playing a game. He casually stepped aside, raised his hands, and struck out with both fists. From top to bottom, his fists smashed down and smashed onto the two men's heads, knocking them out. Chopping fist. It was also one of the 5-element fists of the form and will fist. For a moment, only Fang Jian was left standing. Although Fang Jian was the son of the Fang family's patriarch, his body had been hollowed out by wine and women. He was only at the first level of the body tempering stage. His strength was even weaker than his three subordinates. You! Don't come over. I'm the young master of the Fang family. If you dare to touch me, your whole family will die. Seeing Duan Lingtian walking towards him, Fang Jian's expression changed greatly. As expected of the young master of the Fang family. Even at this point, you still dare to threaten me. Duan Lingtian sneered. He quickly took 2 steps forward and sent Fang Jian flying with a kick. Turning around, he pulled the stunned beautiful girl away from the crowd and disappeared at the end of the road. The young master of the Fang family has met a tough opponent this time. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. I wonder where that youth came from. He doesn't look older than the young master of the Fang family and his 3 subordinates, but his strength is so shocking. He dared to hit the young master of the Fang family. He's definitely not an ordinary person. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Among the discussions, most people were gloating. Duan Lingtian followed the girl back to her shabby house and spent a few taels of silver to bury her mother. Take this money and start a small business. Duan Lingtian took out the remaining silver and handed it to the girl. Young master, do you dislike me? The girl's body trembled. Her pretty face was pale and she looked weak. What are you thinking? You sold your body to bury your mother because you had no choice. It's just a small matter for me to help you. You don't need to repay me with your whole life. Duan Lingtian shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of making the girl his slave. Young master, you're a good person. Let me follow you. My mother is dead. I have no family in this world. Please. The girl reached out and tugged at Duan Lingtian's sleeve. She looked very pitiful. Seeing the expectation in the girl's autumn eyes, Duan Lingtian thought for a while. Okay, then you come back with me. Finally, he made a decision. Thank you, young master. The girl suddenly smiled like a flower. When Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion, he was alone. When he came back, there were 2 people. Chapter 8. After Duan Lingtian brought the young girl home, he went to see his mother, Li Ro. Li Ro was surprised to see her son bring a young girl home. Although the young girl's clothes were simple, they couldn't hide her natural beauty. With just one look, she had a good impression of this beautiful young girl. "This is my mother," Duan Ling Tian said to the young girl. "Kerr greets madam." When the young girl saw Li Ro, she was a little restrained. Her beautiful face was flushed red, making her look very cute. "Tian, what's going on?" Li Ro looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile that wasn't a smile. She didn't expect that her son would bring back such a beautiful young girl. "Mother, it's like this," Duan Ling Tian told Li Ro about his encounter with the young girl, Kerr. He didn't hide anything, including the fact that he taught the young master of the Fong family a lesson. That Fong Jian is notorious in Fresh Breeze Town. If you beat him up, then so be it. Even if the Fong family comes to us, we are in the right. Li Ro nodded. Her gentle, motherly gaze slowly landed on the young girl. "Kerr, since you don't have any relatives now, you can stay. It just so happens that the servant girl in my courtyard went back to the countryside to get married yesterday. You can stay in her original room." Li Ro looked at the young girl lovingly. "Thank you, madam." Ku'er hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Her face was flushed red, and she was slightly excited. "Let's go, I'll take you to change your clothes." Li Ro took the young girl's hand and entered the bedroom. Only Duan Ling Tian was left standing in place with a stunned expression. When the young girl came out with Li Ro again, she had changed into a set of bright clothes. Li Ro also dressed her up a little. The young girl's long black hair was now tied up, and her elegant face was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, revealing a charming bright red, lively and delicate. Willow eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a fine nose, and red lips. Everything was perfect. Her slightly swollen breasts were like a budding flower, ready to bloom at any time. Her slender waist, perky round buttocks, and slender legs made her look even more slender and elegant, making her very likable. Just like her name, she's really a lovable person. Li Ro stood to the side and looked at the young girl, not stingy with his words of praise. "Kerr, these are the clothes I wore when I was young. I'll give them to you in the future. Look, I just dressed you up a little, and some people are already looking straight at you, wanting to eat you up." Li Ro looked at the entranced Duan Ling Tian and joked. His mother's words made Duan Ling Tian smile awkwardly, retracting his gaze from the young girl. The young girl's elegance after dressing up a little did indeed captivate him. As the king of mercenaries in his previous life, he never lacked women by his side. But those women were beautiful, but they lacked an elegant and refined aura. In this aspect, they simply couldn't compare to Kerr. "Madam, I'm just a maid. It's not appropriate for me to wear such clothes." Li Ro's words made the young girl's beautiful face turn red, as if blood was about to drip out. She was flattered. "Who said you're a maid? Even if I want you to be a maid, I'm worried that some people won't be willing." Li Ro smiled. Duan Ling Tian was speechless. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a single word. He really got shot while lying down. Hearing Li Ro's words, the young girl's face turned even redder. Although Li Ro and Duan Ling Tian didn't see Kerr as a maid, the sensible Kerr still took on all the household chores. According to her, the young master and madam were kind enough to take her in. If she didn't do something in return, she wouldn't feel at ease. The kind and sensible Kerr quickly gained the approval of Li Ro and Duan Ling Tian and integrated into this small family. Fong family mansion. In an average-sized courtyard. The middle-aged man restlessly paced back and forth, occasionally raising his head to look at the bedroom not far away. Suddenly, the door to the bedroom opened and an old man walked out. "Master Son, how is my son?" The middle-aged man hurriedly went up to greet him. "Housekeeper Fong, the person who did this was extremely ruthless. He almost completely shattered your son's spine. Your son showed no signs of recovery after taking a 9th-grade gold injury pill. I can't do anything, please restrain your grief." The old man shook his head and sighed. "What?" The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. Even the ninth-grade alchemist that the Fong family had spent a lot of money to invite was powerless. Didn't this mean that his son was completely crippled and could only lie in bed for the rest of his life? Fong Chong. At this moment, a dignified middle-aged man walked in and handed the Fong family's housekeeper, Fong Chong, an exquisite box. This is a 8th-grade gold injury pill. Quickly take it and let your son take it. Patriarch. Fong Chong was stunned. Although he had thought of asking the patriarch for a 8th-grade gold injury pill. However, when he remembered that it was the only 8th-grade gold injury pill that the Fong family had, he dismissed the idea. He didn't think that he could ask for it with his status as the Fong family's housekeeper. Now that he saw the patriarch personally deliver the 8th-grade gold injury pill, he couldn't help but become excited. Fong Chong, if it wasn't for my unfilial son causing trouble, your son wouldn't have been injured. I want to apologize to you for this matter. As for that unfilial son, I will definitely punish him severely and give you a satisfactory explanation. The Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, said with a guilty expression. Patriarch. Fong Chong was so excited that he knelt down. The last trace of dissatisfaction in his heart vanished without a trace. Quickly get up and let your son take the pill. Fong Yi said again. Fong Chong stood up and extended his hand to take the 8th-grade gold injury pill from Fong Yi's hand. Housekeeper Fong, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but for your son's injuries, not to mention an 8th-grade gold injury pill, even a 7th-grade gold injury pill would be powerless. The old man at the side suddenly spoke. Unless there's a bone formation pill. However, this bone formation pill has long since gone extinct. Fong Chong's outstretched hand froze. The hope that rose in his heart was once again mercilessly shattered. Let him take it and try. Fong Yi said. Patriarch, there's no need. I believe in Master Sunday. There's no need to waste such a precious medicinal pill on my son. Fong Chong shook his head. What I want to do the most now is to find out who crippled my son and take revenge for him. Taking a deep breath, Fong Chong's eyes emitted the brilliance of hatred. Housekeeper Fong, you can rest assured about this. The entire Fong family will do our best to find the culprit and give your son an explanation. Fong Yi said with a firm tone. Thank you, Patriarch. Fong Chong said gratefully. Li family mansion. A piece of shocking news spread throughout the entire Li clan like thunder. The genius martial artist of the Li family, Li Jia, will battle with the 9th elder's son, Duan Lingtian, in a month's time. It was said that for this battle, the 7th elder, Li Kun, specially invited the patriarch and the 1st elder to be witnesses. When this news spread, it caused quite a stir in the Li family. The moment Li Xian's arm was crippled by Duan Lingtian, I knew that the 7th elder and Li Jia wouldn't let this matter go. I didn't expect them to act so quickly. A 4th-level body tempering martial artist challenging a 1st-level body tempering martial artist. This time, Li Jia is really going all out for his younger brother. He doesn't care about any face. I don't know what Duan Lingtian is thinking. He actually agreed to Li Jia's challenge. Could it be that his brain was damaged by Li Xian last time? In this battle, Li Jia will definitely not hold back. Even if he can't kill Duan Lingtian, he will definitely cripple Duan Lingtian. Almost no one thought highly of Duan Lingtian in this battle. One of them was a famous genius martial artist of the Li family. He stepped into the 4th level of the body tempering martial artist at the age of 16, and his future was limitless. The other was an unknown disciple of the Li family who recently completed body tempering and became a martial artist at the 1st level of the body tempering martial artist. Although he used the strange collapsing fist to defeat Li Xian, who was at the 2nd level of the body tempering martial artist, no one thought that he could defeat Li Jia. Although Li Jia and Li Xian were blood-related brothers, their strength was not on the same level. Just as the Li family was in an uproar over this matter, Duan Lingtian, as the person involved, seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Done. Looking at the ring on his right middle finger, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Relying on Emperor Wu's thorough understanding of inscription patterns, He succeeded in inscribing the ring on his first try. Li Jia, I'll give you a surprise when the time comes. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth revealed a trace of a mischievous smile. Young master, the water is ready. At this moment, a young girl walked out from behind the screen in the bedroom and changed the water in the bathtub for Duan Lingtian. Kerr, you've worked hard. You should go and rest. Duan Lingtian walked forward and used his sleeve to wipe off the beads of sweat on the young girl's forehead. Kerr, let me do this kind of rough work in the future. Duan Lingtian said tenderly. Young master, it's okay. After using the medicinal liquid you gave me to bathe, Kerr is now very strong. The young girl shook her small arms and a blissful smile appeared on her rosy cheeks. Looks like our Kerr will be able to complete body tempering very quickly and become a martial artist once she cultivates a cultivation method. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the young girl's small arms and smiled. Young master, Kerr knows that you're good to me, but Kerr also knows that families like the Li family have their own rules. Cultivation methods cannot be casually taught to outsiders. Kerr is already very happy to be able to accompany you and madam. It doesn't matter if I can become a martial artist or not. Kerr said. Silly girl, if I want to teach you a cultivation method, I naturally won't teach it to the Li family. Alright, you go and rest first. I'll find you in your room in the afternoon. Ah, Kerr, why did your face suddenly become so red? Are you okay? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Young master, you're so bad. You only know how to bully Kerr. After being teased by Duan Lingtian, the young girl ran away. Chapter 9. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Spirit Serpent Transformation. Sitting cross-legged in the bathtub, Duan Lingtian's face was calm as he closed his eyes and cultivated. The water in the bathtub had unknowingly formed a whirlpool around Duan Lingtian's body. The 7 treasures body tempering liquid gathered at the center of the whirlpool and continuously entered Duan Lingtian's body, aiding Duan Lingtian in his cultivation. Duan Lingtian's body was undergoing minute changes at every moment. His blood and qi were strengthening and his muscles were pulsating. Walala, when the 7 treasures body tempering liquid in the bathtub was completely absorbed by Duan Lingtian, he opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the bathtub. Looks like I still need some time to break through to the second level of the body tempering stage. Slightly clenching his fists and feeling the strength flowing in his body, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. I must break through to the third level of the body tempering stage before the battle with Li Jia. Otherwise, even with the help of the inscription pattern, I will still be at a disadvantage when fighting Li Jia. Li Jia was a martial artist at the 4th level of the body tempering stage. While his cultivation gave him an additional 200 gene of strength, it also caused his body, bones, and internal organs to undergo a huge transformation. His toughness far exceeded that of a normal person. 1 month later, if Duan Lingtian was unable to break through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage, even if Li Jia stood there and let him hit him, he might not be able to injure Li Jia. No matter how strong the form and wolf fist was, it would be useless. This was the same logic as a toddler who had just learned how to walk being unable to injure an adult even if he had a grandmaster level understanding of the form and wolf fist. The former and the latter were simply not on the same level. If one's own strength couldn't even break through the opponent's defense, what was the use of having a strong technique? Oh right, I still have an appointment with Kerr. Duan Lingtian walked out of the room, thinking about what kind of cultivation technique he should pass on to Kerr. In the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, other than the 2 top-notch cultivation techniques, the 3 Lives Rebirth technique and the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, there were several other powerful cultivation techniques that could be cultivated all the way to the Martial Emperor realm. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian intentionally kept the best 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to himself and was unwilling to pass down the best 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to Kuer, but it was because when one cultivated this cultivation method to the end, it pursued the Tao of ferocity and wasn't suitable for a woman. I've got it, this cultivation technique is pretty good. Han Bing's Divine Sword Technique, the cultivation technique of an Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago. This Emperor Wu was a powerful sword cultivator, and more importantly, she was a woman. Whether it was the Earth of his previous life or the Cloud continent of his current life, females were naturally weaker than males in terms of physique. This was an indisputable fact. In Cloud continent, if a woman wanted to become an expert, she had to put in a much greater effort than a man. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel deep veneration for the Frost Emperor Wu. Through the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian found out that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu and the Frost Emperor Wu had battled once. In that battle, the wager was their respective cultivation techniques. In the end, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu won and obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's cultivation technique. Okay, I'll pass this cultivation technique to Kerr. At the same time that he made his decision, Duan Lingtian arrived outside Kerr's bedroom. He lightly knocked on the door. The door was opened. Young master. When the young girl saw Duan Lingtian, her tender and beautiful face blushed slightly as she spoke softly. Duan Lingtian entered Kerr's bedroom and closed the door behind him. Kerr, I've already thought of what cultivation technique to pass on to you. Come, I'll first pass on the body tempering realm portion to you orally. Remember it well. Looking at the young girl who was nervous to the point that she was somewhat restrained, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. The young girl lightly nodded and listened seriously. It had to be said that Kerr was an intelligent young girl. Duan Lingtian had only read the body tempering realm portion of the Han Bing's God Sword technique 3 times, and Kerr had completely memorized it without missing a single word. However, a problem quickly arose. Young master, although I've memorized the cultivation technique, I don't know where the acupuncture points are. What should I do? Kerr eagerly looked at Duan Lingtian with a delicate and pitiful appearance. It's my fault. How about I teach you how to identify those acupuncture points? Duan Lingtian blanked for a moment before shaking his head and smiling. Okay. Kerr excitedly nodded her head. In Kerr's heart, she longed to become a martial artist. In her opinion, as long as she became a martial artist, she would have the ability to protect her young master and madam who treated her like family. Under Duan Lingtian's signal, Kerr sat opposite him on the bed. Kerr, the Jiawei acupuncture point is located 7 inches above the navel. Yes, it's here. Duan Lingtian slowly stretched out his hand and through the young girl's thin clothes, he confirmed the location of her navel. His finger moved upwards and stopped at the Jiawei acupuncture point. Kerr, have you memorized it? Duan Lingtian could feel the young girl's body slightly trembling. He secretly laughed in his heart. This girl was quite sensitive. I've memorized it. The young girl's face was as red as an apple, her voice slightly trembling. She was extremely shy. Duan Lingtian taught the young girl how to identify the acupuncture points one by one. His hand gradually moved upwards. The young girl's trembling became more and more intense, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a little restless. Even though Kerr was only 15 years old, she had developed very well. For Duan Lingtian, this was undoubtedly a great temptation. After becoming a mercenary in his previous life, Duan Lingtian's life could be said to be unrestrained. Of course, it was mostly just for show. As a mercenary who had walked out of a hail of bullets, he knew his limits. Love and whatnot were fleeting clouds. He was not willing to let women become a weakness for others to use against him. Kerr, can you still do it? Seeing that the young girl was already sweating profusely, Duan Lingtian asked. Young master, please continue. The young girl stubbornly nodded her head. Kerr, this is the Shanzhong acupuncture point. Duan Lingtian nodded his head and stretched out his finger to press again. The young girl's body trembled violently as if she had been electrocuted. She could not hold on any longer and fell into Duan Lingtian's arms. The sweaty beauty fell down, her fragrance assailing his nostrils. Duan Lingtian took advantage of the situation to catch her. Touching her softness, the atmosphere became somewhat charming and gentle. The young girl's delicate body trembled and shyly lowered her head. Coincidentally, she bumped into a hard object, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change and he let out a muffled groan. "Young master, are you all right?" The young girl hurriedly raised her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with some panic. I'm fine." Duan Lingtian let out a low growl from his throat. At this time, the young girl seemed to have realized something and shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian again. I'll let my mother teach you the rest of the acupuncture points later. I'll go back first." Duan Lingtian reluctantly got off the bed and fled. "So embarrassing, just now, I actually, leaving behind the young girl whose face was so red that it was about to drip blood, whispering to herself. After Duan Lingtian left the young girl's room, he took a deep breath. He was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and do something crazy. According to the words of his previous life, the 15-year-old Kerr was only a young girl. "Tian Er, why did you come out from Kerr's room, HM?" Li Ro, who had just returned from outside, just happened to bump into Duan Lingtian. She noticed Duan Lingtian's panic and loss of composure. "Mother, I still have something to do, so I'll go back to my room first." Duan Lingtian noticed Li Ro's gaze and awkwardly smiled and hurriedly returned to his room. As someone who had experienced it before, Li Ro could not help but laugh. It seemed that her son had grown up. Stepping out, Li Ro walked into Kerr's room, which had not yet closed the door. "Kerr, you," seeing the young girl sitting on the bed with a red face, Li Ro's gaze became more playful. "Madam." Seeing Li Ro, the young girl was shocked. "Madam, it's not what you think. Young master. Young master was just teaching me how to identify acupuncture points." The young girl hurriedly explained. "Identify acupuncture points?" Chapter 10. A month's time quickly passed. Today was the day of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Jie. Early in the morning, in a clean and tidy room, Duan Lingtian stood up from the bathtub and slowly walked out. He had finished the last portion of 7 Treasures body-tempering liquid. Lightly shaking his sore and numb body and feeling the power contained in it, Duan Lingtian's mouth revealed a faint smile. This month's hard work was not in vain. After a month of hard work, the childishness on Duan Lingtian's handsome face had faded a little. After a long period of body tempering, Duan Lingtian's body had become strong and sturdy. He was wearing a dark purple tight-fitting shirt that accentuated his perfect physique. Compared to the sickly person who had not completed body tempering and became a martial artist a month ago, it was as if he was a completely different person. At this moment, there was a light knock on the door. "Young master, are you awake?" A melodious voice like that of an oriole caused Duan Lingtian's calm face to show a trace of gentleness. After putting on his clothes, Duan Lingtian walked out from behind the screen and slowly walked to the door. He reached out and opened it. As the door was opened, the soft and warm sunlight poured in and shone on Duan Lingtian's body, making him feel warm. Outside the door, a slender and elegant young girl and Duan Lingtian looked at each other and lowered their heads in panic. Their faces were slightly flushed. The young girl was wearing a light green robe today, which perfectly accentuated her delicate body that was beginning to take shape. A pair of budding flower buds unknowingly released the temptation of youth. A light blue belt was tied around her slim waist, and it fluttered in the wind. Looking at the young girl outside the door, Duan Lingtian was absent-minded for a moment. "Kerr, you're up so early." Coming back to his senses, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He sighed in his heart. After a month of body tempering, the young girl's figure was getting hotter and hotter. When Duan Lingtian looked the young girl up and down, the young girl's face was so red that it seemed as if blood was about to drip out. "Young master, madam said she would go first and asked me to wake you up." "I didn't expect young master to be up so early." The young girl blinked her autumn eyes, her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape, and lightly nodded her head. The young girl's words made Duan Lingtian smile bitterly. Mother really thought that he was still the guy who liked to sleep in. "Kerr, you broke through to the second layer of body tempering stage." Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian looked at the young girl. He found out that she had a breakthrough. It's all thanks to the medicinal liquid that young master concocted for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. The young girl's autumn eyes moved slightly, her eyebrows slightly raised, and lightly nodded her delicate chin. The corner of her mouth held a touching smile. The medicinal liquid is only secondary. The most important thing is that Kerr has good talent. It seems that Han Bing's God's sword technique is very suitable for you. Kerr, you're practicing a sword cultivation method, so you must have a sword. I'll take you out in the afternoon and buy you a sword. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Young master, didn't you say that the body tempering stage of Han Bing's God's sword technique didn't have a matching sword skill? The young girl blinked her autumn eyes. Young master will teach you another sword skill first. Do you want to learn? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Yes. The young girl hurriedly nodded, as if she was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would go back on his words. Kerr, let's go. Walking out of the room, he closed the door behind him and naturally reached out his hand to hold the young girl's soft little hand. His movements were smooth as flowing water, as if he had practiced it countless times. And, let's not make madam wait for too long. The young girl had a happy smile on her face. Her little hand slightly squeezed the young man's hand. The golden boy and girl held hands as they walked out of the courtyard and towards the Li family's martial arts practice field. Along the way, they attracted many envious and jealous gazes. Some of the Li family's youths looked at Duan Ling Tian as if they were about to spit fire. They wanted nothing more than to push Duan Ling Tian away and take his place. There were also some young girls who looked at Kerr, who was as beautiful as a fairy, with jealousy. The Li family's martial arts practice field was a huge limestone field. The field was slightly higher, so there was currently a stream of people. These people were all members of the Li family. When they gathered together, it was like a pot of boiling water. It's just a battle between two youths, but almost all of the family's elders have come. What a big lineup. That's right. Even the elders in charge of managing the family market in Fresh Breeze Town have come. Today's lineup is comparable to a coming-of-age ceremony. In my opinion, it's mainly because the seventh elder invited the patriarch and first elder to be the witnesses for today's battle. Since the patriarch and first elder are both here, it wouldn't be good for the elders not to come. On the high platform in front of the martial arts practice field, there were several tables and chairs. There were already many people sitting there, enjoying the fragrant tea on the table. These people were the upper echelons of the Li family. The Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, sat in the center. Aside from the empty seat beside him, all the other seats were filled. Behind these Li family elders, more or less, stood some young men and women. As the Li family's ninth elder, Li Rou sat at the very edge. Her expression was calm, as if even if MTI collapsed in front of her, her expression wouldn't change. Ninth elder, you're very calm. Seventh elder Li Kun and Li Rou were separated by the eighth elder. He tilted his head and glanced at Li Rou, smiling faintly. He looked as if victory was already in his grasp. However, Li Rou didn't seem to have heard his words. She simply ignored him. The eighth elder couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. Humph. Li Kun was so angry that he laughed. He wanted to see how long this Li Rou could pretend. Today, his eldest son, Li Jia, would definitely cripple Duan Ling Tian and take revenge for his youngest son, who was unable to recover from the setback. First elder. First elder. At this moment, the crowd in the distance parted. Accompanied by waves of awe and respect, an old figure stepped forward and walked onto the high platform. It was the Li family's first elder, Li Hua. First elder. All the Li family elders, including Patriarch Li Nanfeng, stood up and respectfully saluted the old man. This old man wasn't just the most powerful existence in the Li family, he was also a grade 9 alchemist with a lofty status. On Cloud Continent, only graded alchemists could be considered true alchemists. To become an alchemist, one had to meet extremely strict requirements. It could be said that out of 1,000 core formation martial artists, there might not even be one who could become an alchemist. Each of the 3 major families of Fresh Breeze Town had a grade 9 alchemist. Only the Lee family's alchemist was one of their own. The other 2 families' alchemists were all invited back by them at great expense and could leave at any time. The old man lightly nodded and sat beside Patriarch Li Nanfeng. He closed his eyes and rested. "Little Jia, since the first elder is here, you can go first," 7th elder Li Kun said. Li Jia, who had been standing behind him, nodded and walked into the spacious martial arts practice field. "Even the first elder is here, and Li Jia is going up as well. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? This Duan Lingtian is really arrogant. Could it be that he doesn't dare to come?" The Li family disciples around the martial arts practice field were all discussing. Some of them even snorted at Duan Lingtian. "9th elder, even the first elder is here. Why isn't your son Duan Lingtian here yet? Could it be that he doesn't dare to come?" On the high platform, 7th elder Li Kun deliberately asked in a loud voice. "7th elder, don't worry. Since my son agreed, he will naturally come." Li Ro lightly snorted. "9th elder, I think that today's battle is completely unnecessary. Why don't you just admit defeat on behalf of your son? Otherwise, your son will be injured and your relationship with the 7th elder will be damaged." 6th elder Li Ping, a middle-aged man with a knife scar on his face, who had always had a good relationship with Li Kun, lightly said. "6th elder, according to what you said, you think Li Jia will definitely win?" 5th elder Li Ting couldn't help but ask. "This is a publicly acknowledged fact." Li Ping smiled. "Then I'll make a bet with 6th elder. If Li Jia wins, I'll give you 500 silver. But if Duan Lingtian wins, you'll also give me 500 silver. What do you think?" Li Ting looked deeply at Li Ping and slowly said. The Li family's elder's monthly salary was only a dozen or so silver. Li Ting took out several years' worth of salary in one go to bet. The Li family's upper echelons, including Patriarch Li Nanfeng, all looked at Li Ting in surprise. They didn't expect him to have such confidence in Duan Lingtian. Even first elder Li Hua opened his eyes and looked deeply at Li Ting. Hearing Li Ting's words, Li Ping's eyes lit up. He was originally a gambler who was addicted to gambling. In his opinion, Li Ting was giving him money. However, he couldn't take out 500 silver now. Almost all of his money had been thrown into the gambling house. "What's wrong, 6th elder, are you afraid?" Seeing Li Ping's silence, Li Ting smiled. Li Ping's face flushed red. He tilted his head and looked at 7th elder Li Kun. "6th elder, I'll lend you 500 silver. In addition, I'll take out another 500 silver to bet with 5th elder. 5th elder, are you willing to play along?" Li Kun saw Li Ping's dilemma and looked at Li Ting with burning eyes. Li Ting frowned. Although 500 taels of silver was only his offerings for a few years, after adding in his daily expenses, he only had about 800 taels of silver left in his hands over the years. Li Kun was able to save up 1,000 silver. Among the Li family's elders, he was considered rich. Chapter 11. With 5th elder Li Ting's current situation, even though Li Ro wanted to help him, there was nothing she could do. All these years, all the money she had was used to buy medicinal herbs to strengthen her son's physique. In addition to the medicinal herbs for the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, she was only left with a little over 100 silver taels. "What's wrong, 5th elder, you don't dare to bet with me and the 7th elder?" 6th elder Li Ping smiled, looking like a villain intoxicated by success. Just as Li Ting was about to borrow money from the other elders. 7th elder, I'll bet with you for your 500 silver taels." A voice came from afar. Accompanying this voice was a young man and a young woman who looked like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. They held hands and walked over side by side. The one who spoke was the young man. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was incomparably handsome and elegant. It was Duan Ling Tian. Ninth elder, you've spent a lot of money on your son over the years. Don't tell me you still have 500 silver taels in savings? Seventh elder Li Kun smiled mockingly and looked deeply at Li Ro. Li Ro's delicate eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she lightly sighed in her heart. Tian, this child, did he really think she still had 500 silver taels in her hands? Greetings to Patriarch, First Elder, and all the other elders. Duan Ling Tian held Ker's hand and walked up the high platform. He slightly bowed to the Li family's upper echelons. Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian in astonishment. The last time he saw Duan Ling Tian was more than a month ago. At that time, 9th Elder Li Ro flew into a rage and punished 7th Elder Li Kuan's son, Li Xian. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was just a sickly person. But the current Duan Ling Tian was a completely different person from the Duan Ling Tian of the past. Third level of the body tempering stage. Duan Ling Tian, you actually broke through to the third level of the body tempering stage. When Li Nanfeng subconsciously probed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation, his pupils shrank and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Nanfeng's exclamation was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. At this moment, everyone on the high platform shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. Soon, apart from Li Ro and Li Ting, everyone else was in disbelief. If I remember correctly, he wasn't even a martial artist when he was seriously injured by Li Xian a month ago. This Duan Ling Tian only used a month's time to go from an ordinary person to completing body tempering realm, and then to the third layer body tempering realm. Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things, he really is at the third level of the body tempering stage. It seems that he should have obtained some fortuitous encounters. Most of the elders, including 7th Elder Li Kun, were dumbstruck. The scene before their eyes caused them to be unable to react for a long time. Grand Elder Li Hua looked at Duan Ling Tian with interest. It was rare that he didn't close his eyes to rest. Li Kun sucked in a breath of cold air. Duan Ling Tian breaking through to the third level of the body tempering stage was completely out of his expectations. However, when he thought of the huge gap between the third and fourth level of the body tempering stage, he understood. In his opinion, to his son Li Jia, whether Duan Ling Tian was at the second or third level of the body tempering stage, there wasn't much of a difference. Duan Ling Tian, you said earlier that you wanted to bet 500 silver taels with me? Li Kun looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. But according to what I know, 9th Elder has spent a lot of silver on you these past few years. I'm afraid that your family's savings won't be able to gather 500 silver taels, right? Li Kun replied with a question. His expression revealed a sense of complacency as he waited for Duan Ling Tian to be defeated. That's right, my family won't be able to gather 500 silver taels. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew a little about his family's situation. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to swindle Li Kun out of his 500 silver taels. Duan Ling Tian, the 6th elder, and the 5th elder are betting with real money, and we have to hand the wager over to the Patriarch so that the Patriarch can bear witness. If you want to gain something without risking anything, then you're wrong. Li Kun smiled. Who said I want to gain something without risking anything? Do you think I'm like you? Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Kun with disdain. Ignoring Li Kun's burning eyes, he let go of the girl's hand and said softly, Ker, go to my mother. The girl nodded obediently and stood beside Li Ro. 9th elder, you're so lucky. Several of the Li family elders looked at the girl and congratulated Li Ro one after another. They could see that with the girl's looks, when she grows up in the future, she will definitely be a devastatingly beautiful woman. She won't lose out to Li Ro. Li Ro responded to the elders' congratulations with a smile. The young girl standing beside her had long since turned red from embarrassment. What does Tian want to do? Seeing her son arguing with 7th elder Li Kun, a trace of doubt flashed through Li Ro's eyes. She was becoming more and more unable to see through this son of hers. Then I'd like to see how you, Duan Ling Tian, will take out 500 taels of silver today. If I'm not wrong, even fifth elder may not be able to take out another 500 taels of silver now. Li Kun looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Just as Li Ting was about to take out his remaining 300 taels of silver, Duan Lingtian's following words interrupted him and stunned him. Seventh elder, don't worry, I don't intend to borrow from fifth elder. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian walked in front of first elder Li Hua under the incredulous gazes of the Li family elders. First elder, I see that you usually have to cultivate and refine medicine at the same time. I'm afraid you've left behind many hidden injuries. How about this, I'll give you a massage and you'll pay me 500 taels of silver as compensation. How about that? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Hua and smiled faintly. Tian don't mess around. Li Ro's expression changed. In the Li family, first elder's status was even higher than the patriarch's. Seeing her son display his slight skill in front of first elder made her both angry and anxious. Hidden injuries? First elder was a level 9 alchemist. If he really had any hidden injuries, he would have long treated them himself. Just as all of the Li family elders, including the patriarch Li Nanfeng, thought that first elder Li Hua was about to explode in rage. You want 500 taels of silver just to give me a massage? You're really asking for an exorbitant price. Li Hua looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and smiled faintly. First elder, how about this, I'll give you a massage first. After we're done, you can give me as much as you think it's worth. How about it? Duan Lingtian didn't think much of Li Hua's words. It had to be said that Li Hua's interest was really piqued when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Sure. I'm curious about what abilities you have. The reason why he agreed was because of the changes that happened to Duan Lingtian's body in the past month. Going from an ordinary person to a martial artist at the third level of the body tempering stage in a month's time was simply inconceivable. As a level 9 alchemist, he understood in his heart. Even if an ordinary person consumed countless precious body tempering pills, it was still impossible to transform into a martial artist at the third level of the body tempering stage in a short month. The current Duan Lingtian revealed all sorts of mysteries. Moreover, he did indeed have a hidden injury that had troubled him for many years, so he wanted to give it a try. Seeing Duan Lingtian standing behind Li Hua and raising his hands to press on first elder Li Hua's shoulders, most of the Li family elders had a strange expression on their faces. They all felt that the ninth elder's son was daydreaming. If they could get 500 silver just by casually massaging someone, they might as well quit being elders and become full-time masseuses. Seeing this scene, the corners of Li Kuan's mouth curled into a cold smile. Disregarding seniority and toying with the first elder. Not to mention the first elder being enraged, even in the Li family, this was not a small crime. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was going to be out of luck. On the martial arts practice field, Li Jia and the surrounding Li family disciples couldn't hear what was said on the high platform, so they didn't know what was going on. Seeing Duan Lingtian standing behind the first elder and about to give him a massage, they almost fainted on the spot. What was this Duan Lingtian doing? Did he think that by giving the first elder a massage and pleasing him, the first elder would give him the power to defeat Li Jia? F***CK. What is this Duan Lingtian doing? He's already here, but he's still not going down. He's busy flattering the first elder because he's worried that Li Jia will beat him up too badly. Is he hoping that the first elder will stop Li Jia from hurting him? I think that's the only possibility. Duan Lingtian's actions infuriated the crowd. First elder, please don't circulate your elemental energy while I'm giving you a massage. Duan Lingtian said to Li Hua as he squeezed Li Hua's shoulders. At this moment, a memory flashed through his mind. This memory belonged to the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It was a miraculous massage technique that was used to treat a common sequelae in low-level alchemists. When Duan Lingtian first saw Li Hua, he could tell that he also suffered from this sequelae from the slightly darkened space between his eyebrows. This sequelae usually only appeared in low-level alchemists who had to rely on themselves to learn the art of alchemy. Usually, the sequelae wouldn't cause any discomfort, but when alchemists circulated their elemental energy, they would more or less feel a sharp pain in their body. Sometimes, it would even hurt so much that they would rather die. All of this was what Duan Ling Tian had learned from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. The reincarnation Emperor Wu himself was a powerful alchemist who had studied the art of alchemy to perfection. There was nothing he couldn't do. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's hands, which were massaging Li Hua's shoulders, moved faster and faster. Li Hua's face, which had been calm at the beginning, also began to tremble a little. When he got over it, he clenched his teeth even tighter. His face was sinister, as if he was enduring an enormous amount of pain. The group of Li family's higher-ups on the high platform only felt a chill run down their spines. How much pain must it be to make the powerful Great Elder reveal such a look? After 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped, drenched in sweat. Phew! At this moment, Li Hua opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He slowly opened his eyes, which were as resplendent as the stars. It was as if he had become 10 years younger in an instant. The freely circulating elemental energy in his body made him feel unprecedentedly comfortable. In the past, whenever he circulated his elemental energy, he would trigger the hidden injuries. At this moment, it seemed as if they had completely disappeared. Great Elder, I still need to give you 2 more massages in order to completely eradicate the hidden injuries in your body. What do you think now, Great Elder? How much silver should you give me as a reward? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Li Hua laughed heartily and straightforwardly fished out a handful of banknotes from his bosom. Chapter 12. 1,000 taels per massage. That's 3,000 taels. Even though Duan Ling Tian knew that alchemists made a lot of money, he didn't expect it to be this lucrative. Their Li family's head elder is only a level 9 alchemist. He can take out 3,000 taels of silver without batting an eyelid. My mother is an elder of the Li family, but she only receives 12 taels of silver every month. The difference is too big. He sighed in his heart. Seeing Duan Ling Tian take the 1,000 taels of silver, the Li family's upper echelons on the stage were stunned. Especially 7th Elder Li Kun, who wanted to see Duan Ling Tian make a fool of himself. The sneer on his face completely froze. Everything in front of him made him feel like he was dreaming. This Duan Ling Tian, he only massaged head elder for a while and he received 1,000 taels of silver? Head elder, I also know how to massage, my wife even praised me for it. How about I massage you for 2 hours and you give me 1,000 taels? 6th Elder Li Ping's eyes lit up, as if he had found a source of wealth. He stared at head elder Li Hua. Li Hua snorted, completely ignoring Li Ping. Then he raised his head and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Little guy, where did you learn such a marvelous massage technique? I feel that the hidden illness that has been accumulating in my body for many years has been suppressed by you. If you massage me a few more times, it will be completely eradicated. Li Hua asked curiously. Head elder, I just happened to see it in a medical book. Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly. Li Hua looked deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Of course he didn't believe Duan Ling Tian's nonsense, but he didn't ask any more questions. With Duan Ling Tian's current attitude, it was obvious that he didn't want to talk about it. Hidden illness? The remaining Li family's upper echelons were all dumbfounded. They still remembered that before Duan Ling Tian massaged head elder, he mentioned a hidden illness. They were curious. How did Duan Ling Tian know that the great elder had an unmentionable illness? More importantly, he actually knew the massage technique to treat the great elder's unmentionable illness. Li Ro looked at his son, and the doubt in his eyes deepened. The young girl standing beside her looked at Duan Ling Tian with admiration. She was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's methods at all. In her heart, her young master was omnipotent. 7th Elder, can I bet with you now? Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Kun. Duan Ling Tian, if you want to give me money, of course I won't refuse. Li Kun narrowed his eyes and snorted. That's good. Duan Ling Tian nodded and handed half of the banknotes to Patriarch Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, this is the wager between me and the 7th Elder. Please take care of it and be the witness. Li Nanfeng took the 500 taels of banknotes and nodded. Patriarch, this is the wager between me and the sixth elder. Fifth elder Li Ting also took out 500 taels of banknotes and handed it to Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, this is the wager between me and the sixth elder. Li Kun also took out 1,000 taels of banknotes. Let's begin. Li Nanfeng put away the banknotes and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian gave the remaining 500 taels of banknotes to his mother Li Ro. He nodded and walked down the field to face Li Jia, who had been waiting for a long time. The Li family members around the field stared at the two of them. It was finally about to begin. Duan Lingtian, you haven't come down yet. Are you afraid? Li Jia sneered. Afraid? You're overestimating yourself. Li Jia, you have to give it your all in today's battle. If you lose, your family will go bankrupt. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. What do you mean by that? Li Jia's face darkened. He didn't know about the wager on the stage. You'll know after today. Duan Lingtian's smile widened. In Li Jia's eyes, it was an eyesore. Li Jia's face darkened. The muscles on his body bulged and his clothes swelled. In an instant, Li Jia stomped on the ground and dashed towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was so fast that it was as if he had turned into a cheetah running at full speed. Duan Lingtian, you crippled my brother's arm. Today, I'll make you pay 10 times the price. Li Jia rushed in front of Duan Lingtian and roared. Li Jia clenched his hands into palms and executed a mid-tier yellow-level martial skill. He slammed them towards Duan Lingtian. Falling Leaf Palm. Seventh Elder, Li Jia was able to cultivate the Falling Leaf Palm to mastery when he was only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage. His talent is really amazing. When I was young, I also cultivated the Falling Leaf Palm. I only managed to cultivate it to mastery when I was at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. In this aspect, I'm far inferior to Li Jia. 7th Elder is really lucky. Yeah, 7th Elder has a good son. I'm really envious. On the stage, Li Kun smiled faintly as he heard the praises of the elders. He felt a little smug. What martial skill is Duan Lingtian executing? Suddenly, Patriarch Li Nanfeng's voice sounded out. Everyone's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. They saw Duan Lingtian's body leaning forward in a horse stance. It was as if he had transformed into a powerful bow, unmoving like a mountain. In that instant, he made his move as he faced Li Jia's Falling Leaves Palm. Quiet like a virgin, move like a mad rabbit. These words were very suitable to describe Duan Lingtian. Facing Li Jia's Falling Leaf Palm, Duan Lingtian was not the slightest bit afraid and directly faced it head-on. He swung his right fist like a cannonball, exploding towards Li Jia's palm. Paw! When the fist and palm collided, Li Jia's body slightly trembled as he stood still. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was pushed back a few steps by Li Jia. A trace of redness appeared on his face. Tian. On the stage, seeing Duan Lingtian being pushed back, Li Ro's face was filled with worry. The young girl beside her was also nervously clenching her fists. On the other hand, Li Kun's face was filled with pride. In his opinion, a 4th level of the body tempering stage versus a 3rd level of the body tempering stage was a one-sided suppression without any suspense. 5th Elder, thank you for the banknotes. 6th Elder Li Ping looked towards Li Ting, extremely pleased with himself. It was as if Li Ting's 500 taels of silver had already become his. As expected of a 4th level of the body tempering stage. In a direct confrontation, my strength is still a bit lacking. On the martial arts practice field, Duan Lingtian, who was pushed back, had a thought. Perhaps, glancing at the ring on his hand, Duan Lingtian's mouth held a trace of a smile. This was his trump card. Duan Lingtian, I really didn't expect that you actually broke through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. However, even so, you are still no match for me. Today, I will take revenge for my brother and completely cripple you. I will make you lie in bed for the rest of your life and spend the rest of your life in endless pain and regret. Li Jie used a condescending gaze to look down at Duan Lingtian as he spoke fiercely. Duan Lingtian's face darkened as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Li Jie to be so vicious. Previously, when Li Xian provoked him, he was already merciful when he crippled Li Xian's arm. Otherwise, Li Xian's end would be the same as Fang Jian's subordinate. Today, even though Li Jie's strength was greater than his, he was still confident that he could defeat Li Jie with the inscription pattern on his ring. Originally, seeing that they were both members of the Li family, he only planned to cripple one of Li Jie's arms as a punishment, but now, it seemed that he was too lenient. You want me to lie in bed for the rest of my life? Li Jie, you better remember what you said now. Don't regret it. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Jie and suddenly laughed. Regret? I, Li Jie, have never known what regret is. Li Jie disdainfully sneered. His legs trembled and his entire body seemed to transform into a fierce tiger as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian, who was not far away. The mastery stage falling leaves palm once again struck towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and bent his upper body backwards, once again bending into the shape of a bow. Along with the movement of his body, he threw out his right fist with all the strength in his body towards Li Jie's falling leaves palm, cannon fist. One of the 5-element fists of Xing Yi, it was like a cannon but not a cannon. When the fist was thrown out, it had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Bang! Fist and palm collided once again. Duan Lingtian's heart moved slightly. The power of the inscription pattern on the ring flowed out and entered Li Jie's body. In an instant, Li Jie's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. His expression changed greatly and his eyes revealed a look of fear. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. Boom! Duan Lingtian's cannon fist smashed towards Li Jie while his body trembled and the power of the falling leaves palm dissipated. Crack! It directly broke Li Jie's arm bone. The ear-piercing sound of bone breaking accompanied by Li Jie's shrill screams entered the ears of everyone present. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Just as everyone was wondering why Li Jie, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, was suddenly crushed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and caught up with the falling Li Jie. With a kick, he sent Li Jie's body flying more than 3 meters into the air. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian stood still in the same spot. He bent his legs and suddenly squatted down. Li Jie, who was thrown into the air, had a deathly pale face and cold sweat trickled down his back. When his body started to fall, he turned his head to look at Duan Lingtian's current actions and instantly understood Duan Lingtian's plan. Father, save me! A bone-piercing chill rose in Li Jie's heart as he cried out in alarm. His body was unable to move freely in the air, and his 4th-level body tempering stage strength was nowhere to be found. Duan Lingtian instantly straightened his legs and used the force of his feet to leap into the air. His 2 unstoppable fists were like cannonballs soaring into the sky as they flew towards the rapidly falling Li Jie. No! On the high platform, Li Kun heard his son's cry of despair and finally reacted. With a shout, he left his seat and rushed down the martial arts practice field. He wanted to save his son. Chapter 13. Duan Lingtian flew into the air, his eyes cold. As Li Jie's body fell, he punched Li Jie's back, right in the middle of his spine. Crack! Crack! An ear-piercing sound of bones cracking could be heard. In an instant, Li Jie's body was sent flying into the air again. His head shook, and his shrill cries stopped abruptly as he fainted. Boom! Duan Lingtian used the recoil to land steadily. He raised his right arm and caught Li Jie's falling body. Right now, he was like an undefeatable god of war. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a warm smile. He had finally won, all thanks to the paralysis inscription on his ring. The paralysis inscription was the inscription Duan Lingtian had prepared a month ago. Once it was released, it could cause the target's body to be paralyzed instantly, causing their accumulated strength to dissipate. This was how Li Jie lost to Duan Lingtian. Around the arena, all the Li family members were stunned, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Everything that happened in front of them was unbelievable. Seeing 7th Elder Li Kun fly over angrily, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Exerting force, he threw Li Jie's body towards Li Kun. Duan Lingtian. Li Kun caught Li Jie, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Only when Li Rou came to Duan Lingtian's side, did he withdraw his gaze. Tian are you alright? Li Rou took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Duan Lingtian's forehead, her face filled with worry. Mother, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian's heart warmed as he smiled and shook his head. He was fine, but someone else wasn't, Great Elder. Suddenly, Li Kun let out a sorrowful cry. He turned around and carried Li Jie as he rushed up the stage to meet the Li family's higher-ups who were coming down from the stage. Among the upper echelons of the Li family, 6th Elder Li Ting's expression was the most unsightly, while 5th Elder Li Ting was elated. Grand Elder Li Hua's face darkened as he examined Li Jie's injuries. Little brat, Li Jie's spine is almost completely shattered. Even a 7th grade gold injury pill won't be able to save him. Aren't you being a little too harsh? Li Jie's life has been completely ruined by you. Li Hua raised his head to look at Li Rou and her son who were walking over. His gaze fell on Duan Lingtian as he spoke in a deep voice. Li Jie was the young genius of the Li family. The Li family had high expectations for him. Now that he had died, it was undoubtedly a great loss to the Li family. What? Hearing Grand Elder Li Hua's words, Li Kun's expression changed greatly. His body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He didn't expect that his son would be injured so severely by Duan Lingtian. His spine was almost completely shattered. Even a 7th grade gold injury pill won't be able to save him. I want you dead. Li Kun roared. His figure flashed as he madly charged towards Duan Lingtian. He attacked in anger. Above his head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Li Rou, who had always been on guard against Li Kun, had 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appear above her head. She repelled Li Kun in one move. Li Kun, if you dare attack my son again, I'll definitely kill you. The cold voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Li Rou. Li Kun's face was ashen. Even though he was extremely angry, he didn't dare to doubt Li Rou's words. Grand Elder, you must seek justice for my son. Li Kun looked at Grand Elder Li Hua and knelt on the ground with a plop. He said in a mournful voice. His youngest son Li Xian's right arm was crippled. His future was bleak. In Li Kun's heart, he had long placed all his hopes on his eldest son. But now, Li Jie's spine was almost completely shattered. He was destined to spend the rest of his life lying in bed. At this moment, he only felt his vision go black. The sun and moon were dim, as if the sky was about to collapse. Li Kun, the family has rules. When the family members challenge each other, other than the prohibition of life and death, there are no other restrictions. The intention is to allow the family members to fight freely. When martial artists fight, fists and feet have no eyes, injuries are inevitable. Today, it is your son who is lying here. If my son was lying here, would you still let the Great Elder blame your son? Li Rou snorted coldly. She was so angry that she laughed. 9th Elder, your words are a little unreasonable. Your son, Duan Lingtian, has already broken one of Li Jie's arms. Victory was in sight, but he didn't stop. Instead, he chased after Li Jie and crippled him. In my opinion, he did this on purpose. This goes against the spirit of unity and friendship between our Li family disciples. 6th Elder Li Ping's eyes flashed as he coldly said. 6th Elder, your words are incorrect. After Duan Lingtian broke Li Jie's arm, Li Jie could have admitted defeat, but he didn't. He must have felt that he still had the strength to fight and hoped to defeat Duan Lingtian. Also, don't forget, Duan Lingtian is only at the third level of the body tempering stage. Even if he lost an arm, it would still be dangerous. If he didn't pursue an attack, Li Jia would have found an opportunity to counterattack. That would have been a huge loss. Fifth Elder Li Ting lightly said. His words were well grounded, causing Li Ping's face to darken. He couldn't refute. Alright, let's stop arguing. In the afternoon, the family will hold an emergency meeting regarding this matter. We will discuss it then. The most important thing now is to let Li Jia go back and recuperate. Seventh Elder, take Li Jia back. Patriarch Li Nanfeng frowned. Yes, Patriarch. Li Kun slowly stood up. With a gloomy face, he grabbed Li Jia by the waist and lifted him up. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he fiercely glanced at Duan Lingtian before leaving. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He didn't take it to heart. He didn't feel guilty at all for what happened today. Not to mention that he was a cold-blooded mercenary who had walked out of a hail of bullets in his previous life. If it was in his previous life, Li Jia wouldn't have survived the harsh words Li Jia had said to him. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy. If you want me to lie in bed for the rest of my life, then I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. The Li family's upper echelons in the martial arts practice field dispersed. However, when they left, they looked at Duan Lingtian with unfriendly gazes. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was only a member of the family with a different surname. As for Li Jia, he was the Li family's young genius and the future pillar of the Li family. Regarding this matter, they would more or less side with Li Jia. The Li family members surrounding the martial arts practice field also gradually dispersed. What happened today made them both shocked and speechless. Li Jia, their Li family's young genius and the strongest person in the Li family's fourth level of body tempering stage, actually lost at the hands of a third-level body tempering stage disciple with a different surname. Shameful, this was too shameful. I used to think that Li Jia was very strong, but I didn't think that he would be so weak. Duan Lingtian is only at the third level of body tempering stage, yet he can defeat Li Jia. When he reaches the ninth level of body tempering stage, who under the core formation stage will be his match? I really don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Duan Lingtian had. In just a short month, he has transformed into such a shocking person. The Li family members' conversation quickly shifted to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who was originally a nobody, suddenly became the hot topic of discussion in the Li family. As the Li family members left one by one, only 4 people remained in the large martial arts practice field. Duan Lingtian, Li Rou, Ke, and 5th Elder Li Ting. Mom, what's wrong? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that his mother, Li Rou, had an ugly expression on her face. You brat, you're really young and frivolous. You're happy that you crippled Li Jia, but you didn't think about the consequences. Li Jia is the family's young genius after all, and the family has high hopes for him. The family meeting in the afternoon is said to be to discuss today's matter, but it's actually to discuss how to punish you. Tell me, how can your mom not worry about you? Li Ting shook his head and sighed. In his view, Duan Lingtian was like a newborn calf that didn't fear a tiger, daring to do anything. First Elder still has a favor to ask of me. With his status in the Li family, as long as he supports me, the others will have to give him some face no matter what, right? Duan Lingtian said with an indifferent expression. You're wrong to think that way. First Elder has always kept his public and private interests separate. This is also the reason why everyone in the Li family respects him from the bottom of their hearts. His status as a 9th-grade alchemist isn't enough to make everyone respect him. Li Ting shook his head. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that his trump card would be wasted like this. When they returned home, Li Rou's expression had softened, but it was still mixed with worry. The young girl remained silent, not daring to speak for fear of disturbing her mother. Mom, don't worry. I have a plan. Nothing will happen. Duan Lingtian, who had been thinking the entire way, grinned upon returning to the courtyard. What plan do you have? Li Ro obviously didn't believe him. Mom, aren't you worried that the Li family elders will side with Li Jia and then punish me? Don't worry, I have a plan to make them side with me. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously, full of confidence. What plan? Li Ro was curious. The young girl beside her also looked over expectantly. I'm going to work first. I'll tell you before lunch. After saying this, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and went to work. The two girls looked at each other helplessly. Kerr, do you know what Tian Ver's plan is? Li Ro asked the young girl. Kerr doesn't know either. The young girl shook her head lightly. That brat is becoming more and more mysterious recently. Li Ro's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled helplessly. After lunch, Duan Lingtian asked for 100 taels of silver and 30 taels of silver from his mother Li Ro before leaving the Li family residence with the young girl. Many of the Li family members who saw this scene were speechless. Duan Lingtian still has the mood to go shopping at a time like this? Is he worried that the family will punish him after the family meeting and is preparing to run away? Are you kidding? He is the son of the 9th elder. He can run away, but the temple can't. Where can he run to? Awesome. After today's family meeting, if he is fine, I will definitely make him my idol and acknowledge him as my boss. Chapter 14. Kerr, what kind of sword do you want? Walking out of the Li family mansion, Duan Lingtian smiled and asked the girl beside him. The main reason he came out this time was to buy a sword for the girl. The girl practiced the Hanbing God sword technique, a sword cultivation method. Although this Hanbing God sword technique required one to reach the core condensation stage to have a matching sword skill, Duan Lingtian still planned to let the girl learn and familiarize herself with the sword as soon as possible. The sword was the ancestor of all weapons. A qualified sword cultivator could only display the full power of the sword if they understood the sword. Kerr can't say for sure. Young master, you can help me choose. The girl lightly shook her head. Duan Lingtian nodded. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the people in the Li family market, he held the girl's delicate hand and walked into the Li family weapon shop. Young Master Tian. As soon as they entered the Li family's weapon store, a young man walked forward and welcomed Duan Lingtian and the young girl in. His tone contained a sense of humility and respect. You know me? Duan Lingtian was somewhat surprised. Young Master Tian, I am a branch descendant of the Li family. I took half a day off this morning to specially go back to the family to watch the battle between you and Li Jia. Young Master Tian is really strong, even Li Jia is not your match. The young man smiled. It was just a fluke. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I want to buy a good sword. Do you have any recommendations? Duan Lingtian explained his intentions. Young Master Tian, is it for you? The young man smiled and asked. No, this sword is for my family's Kerr. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When she heard Duan Lingtian say that she belonged to his family, the young girl's shapely eyebrows raised slightly. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and a slight blush appeared on her beautiful face. It was sparkling and translucent, as if it would break with a flick of a finger. Young Master Tian, this way please. The young man only glanced at the girl before retracting his gaze, afraid of angering the youth beside her. Then, he led the pair of golden boy and jade girl to the weapon rack at the side. The weapon rack was filled with all kinds of swords. Duan Lingtian, who had fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, could tell the advantages and disadvantages of these swords at a glance. Finally, his gaze landed on a sword forged from a purple material. This was a small and exquisite dagger. The reason why he took a fancy to it was not because of its gorgeous appearance, but because of its material, purple meteoric iron. Purple meteoric iron, once refined by a weapon refiner, could be refined into an extremely rare weapon refining material, purple meteoric. One tael of purple meteorite was worth thousands of gold coins, and this short sword could at least produce 7 or 8 taels of purple meteorite. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened slightly. Young Master Tian, this is a sword forged from purple Oregon. It is extremely tough and is only inferior to a steel sword. The young man introduced. Only inferior to a fine steel sword? Duan Lingtian snickered inwardly. He didn't expect that the Li family's weapon shop would mistake purple meteoric iron for purple Oregon. Purple meteoric iron's appearance was indeed similar to purple ore, but the value of the two was worlds apart. Moreover, this short sword forged from purple meteoric iron, if infused with elemental energy, could cut through hundreds of fine steel swords without the slightest damage. It was truly a pearl covered in dust. Soon, Duan Lingtian was relieved. Perhaps a weapon refiner with some common sense would be able to recognize the purple meteoric iron refined from purple meteoric iron. But even a graded weapon refiner with poor eyesight would find it difficult to recognize the purple meteoric iron, let alone the blacksmiths of the Li family's weapon shop. How much is this sword? Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to be calm as he asked. 200 taels of silver. The young man said, and then added, Young Master Tian, you're not an outsider, so I'll be frank with you. Apart from its appearance, this sword can't compare to a fine steel sword at all. The fine steel sword is a standard 1-meter long blade, capable of cutting through iron like mud, and is twice as long as this sword. It's only 180 taels of silver. Kerr, do you like it? Duan Lingtian asked the young girl beside him. Young master, it's too expensive. The young girl's gaze had long been attracted by this gorgeous and exquisite purple short sword. Hearing the young man's price, she was shocked. Duan Lingtian laughed inwardly. If this little girl knew the value of the purple meteoric iron refined from purple meteoric iron, she would definitely not think this way. I'll take this short sword, but I only brought 100 taels with me. How about this? Bring another fine steel sword back to the Li family in the afternoon and I'll pay you the remaining 280 taels of silver. How about it? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man. Of course. The young man hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian was the son of the 9th elder of the Li family, so he wasn't afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. Kerr, this is your first sword, so you must take good care of it. As a swordsman, the most important thing is to cherish the sword as if it were your own life. As for the fallacious logic of where the sword lives, the person lives, and where the sword dies, the person dies, you don't need to pay attention to it. Taking the purple short sword from the young man, Duan Lingtian casually handed it to the young girl. Yes, young master. The young girl took the short sword from Duan Lingtian's hands and couldn't bear to part with it. Her beautiful face was filled with a blissful smile. After leaving the Li family's weapons shop, Duan Lingtian took the young girl to walk around the market. After buying some small accessories for the young girl, he returned to the Li family's mansion. At the entrance to the Li family's mansion, he stopped in his tracks and turned his head to glance behind him. In the distance, a figure turned tail and ran like a thief. Young master, what's wrong? The young girl asked. Nothing, let's go in. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had noticed this person a long time ago and had been following him from the Fong family's market from a distance. As he held the young girl's hand and led her into the Li family's mansion, a faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. At this time, mother should be attending a family meeting, in the spacious Li family's main hall. All of the Li family's elders, except for Patriarch Li Nanfeng and First Elder Li Hua, had gathered together. Even 7th Elder Li Kuan, whose son had been crippled, had come. Li Kuan's fierce gaze never left a young girl as beautiful as a flower. It was 9th Elder Li Ro. Elders, today's emergency meeting was called to discuss the matter of Duan Lingtian crippling Li Jia this morning. What are your thoughts on this matter? Family head Li Nanfeng asked straightforwardly. All of the elders' eyes fell on First Elder Li Hua. Since First Elder didn't say anything, they didn't dare to overstep their boundaries. I think that Duan Lingtian should be punished. He's so young, but his methods are so ruthless. If we don't guide him, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause in the future. Li Hua said. Great Elder is indeed selfless. Sixth elder Li Ting quickly flattered first elder, not forgetting to look at fifth elder Li Ting with pride. This morning, after Duan Lingtian crippled Li Jie's arm, not only did he not stop, he even went further and shattered Li Jie's spine, making Li Jie a complete cripple. Li Jie is a genius that our Li family has focused on cultivating. Duan Lingtian's actions have caused our Li family to suffer a great loss. I also think that he should be severely punished. Li Ping added. Sixth elder, what I said this morning couldn't be any clearer. Duan Lingtian is only at the third level of the body tempering stage, while Li Jie is at the fourth level of the body tempering stage. Li Jie, who didn't admit defeat after having his arm crippled, is also a great threat to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, I think that Duan Lingtian's actions weren't wrong, nor did he violate the family rules. Fifth elder Li Ting said in a deep voice, arguing for Duan Lingtian. Fifth elder, according to what you said, does it mean that in a duel between family disciples, as long as they don't kill each other, they can trample on each other, or even cripple each other, making them wish they were dead? Seventh elder Li Kun finally spoke, his face full of grief and indignation. If a martial artist's spine was shattered, it meant that he had become a complete cripple. There was no future to speak of in this life. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian's mother, ninth elder Li Rou, was going to speak, Li Rou's face was calm, as if she was an outsider. Li Ting frowned, thinking that ninth elder had already given up on arguing for Duan Lingtian. What other opinions do the other elders have? Li Nanfeng asked the other elders. I think that seventh elder's words are reasonable. Duan Lingtian's methods are too cruel, and he even destroyed the future pillar of the family, so he should be severely punished. Some of the elders expressed their agreement. They didn't have close relations with Li Rou and Li Kun, so they expressed their neutral stance. Of course, it was impossible to say that they were completely selfless. In their opinion, even if Duan Lingtian displayed great talent, even if he was stronger than Li Jie, he was still an outsider, not a member of the Li family. Very well, now, let us all vote. After Patriarch Li Nanfeng spoke, fifth elder Li Ting shook his head and sighed. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Duan Lingtian. Patriarch. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Li Rou, who had been silent all this while, interrupted Li Nanfeng. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. Ninth elder, do you have something to say? Li Nanfeng frowned slightly displeased. I'm sure that Patriarch and all the elders have seen the changes in my son in the past month. There are also many elders who think that my son had a fortuitous encounter, and that is indeed the case. Li Rou said calmly. After hearing Li Rou's words, even sixth elder Li Ping and seventh elder Li Kun fell silent. Chapter 15. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A month ago, a master alchemist found my son and said that he had the talent to become a master alchemist, so he accepted him as his disciple. Later on, that master alchemist gave my son a prescription. According to the prescription, my son concocted a medicinal liquid called Six Treasures Body Tempering Liquid, which can increase the cultivation speed of a body tempering stage martial artist. Li Rou said slowly. Increase the cultivation speed of a body tempering stage martial artist? Li Rou's words were like a clap of thunder, causing everyone except seventh elder Li Kun, including grand elder Li Hua, to be shocked. Li Rou, don't talk nonsense. In my opinion, you're deliberately mystifying things. What master alchemist, what medicinal liquid, it's all made up by you. You're obviously looking for an excuse to get your son off the hook. Seventh elder Li Kun stood up agitatedly, glaring at Li Rou as he shouted sternly. Grand elder, you're a grade 9 alchemist. This is the prescription my son wrote. Even though it doesn't state the proportions of the herbs, it's enough for you to know whether it's real or fake. Li Rou ignored Li Kun, took out a prescription, and passed it to Li Hua, using facts to prove everything. Li Hua unfolded the prescription and looked at it. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Why didn't I think of this before? With these 6 herbs combined, as long as the proportions are right, it's possible to increase the cultivation speed of a body-tempering stage martial artist. Moreover, the medicinal effects of these herbs are easy to absorb. No wonder that little guy could change so much in a short month. Most importantly, these herbs are very common. Any elder has the ability to provide long-term use for their children. After Li Hua finished reading, his turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light as he exclaimed. The Li family's upper echelons present could not believe Li Ro's words. But Grand Elder Li Hua was the only grade 9 alchemist in the Li family, so no one doubted his words. For a moment, they were all excited. This kind of medicinal liquid was enough to change the fate of their children and the fate of the Li family. Patriarch. Li Hua looked at Li Nanfeng with a solemn expression. Li Nanfeng nodded heavily. He knew that this was an opportunity for the Li family. Ninth Elder, did you just say that Duan Lingtian can concoct this kind of medicinal liquid? Li Nanfeng looked at Li Ro. Yes. Li Ro nodded. For a moment, the Li family's main hall was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. All of the Li family elders present had sons and daughters. It was conceivable that if their children could obtain the medicinal liquid concocted by Duan Lingtian, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. What happened to Duan Lingtian was the best example. It was every parent's wish to see their children become dragons and their daughters become phoenixes. Ninth Elder, since your son Duan Lingtian has obtained such a precious medicinal formula, then he should contribute it to the family. Elders, what do you say? Seventh Elder Li Kun felt that the atmosphere was off, and his expression darkened as he spoke. Yes, Seventh Elder is right. Such a precious medicinal formula should be shared with the family. Sixth Elder Li Ping also supported. Ha 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 ha, just as Li Ro's expression darkened and he was about to retort, a burst of wild laughter came from outside the main hall. Patriarch, Duan Lingtian requests an audience. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. Duan Lingtian. The eyes of all the Li family elders in the main hall lit up. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only a disciple with a different surname in their eyes. Now, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was the hope that could help their children soar. Come in. Li Nanfeng nodded in response. Sixth Elder, what did you just say? Did I hear wrong? You want me to share the medicinal formula? Duan Lingtian walked in and directly walked in front of Sixth Elder Li Ping as he asked indifferently. That's right. Duan Lingtian, I know that you are a disciple with a different surname, but you have been eating and wearing the Li family's food all these years. Isn't it time to repay the Li family? Li Ping said confidently. How come I didn't know that I had been eating and wearing the Li family's food all these years? The money I used to eat and wear came from my mother's salary from working for the Li family. What does it have to do with the Li family? Even if I wasn't part of the Li family, my mother and I could have joined the Chen family or the Fong family. Why couldn't we have received the same salary? Duan Lingtian laughed. Duan Lingtian, how dare you betray the family? Li Kun found an opportunity to pin the crime of betrayal on Duan Lingtian. Betray the family? Li Kun, I know you hate me to the bone for crippling your son Li Jia, but so what? I didn't break any of the family's rules. Now, could it be that you want to accuse me of betraying the family and torture me to avenge your son? Duan Lingtian laughed in disdain and shed all pretenses of cordiality. You said you were going to join the Chen family or the Fong family. Isn't that betraying the family? Li Kun was enraged by Duan Lingtian's words. Idiot! Everyone here can tell that I was just using a metaphor. Do you understand metaphors? Didn't your parents teach you what metaphors are? I just wanted to tell Sixth Elder that I don't owe the Li family anything. The only reason I'm standing here is because the Li family is my mother's family. Duan Lingtian spat at Li Kun's face, then looked at Li Ping. Sixth Elder, if you want me to concoct the medicinal liquid for your son in the future, I hope you can think about some things before you say them. You can think about some things before you do them, so as not to hurt the harmony between us. Don't you think this is reasonable? Threat. Blatant. Blatant threat. Li Ping's face darkened, but he obediently shut his mouth. Duan Lingtian's threat hit his soft spot. Even if I wanted to hand the formula over to the family, I wouldn't dare. My teacher said that if anyone dared to take my formula, they would die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned as he said in a powerful and resonant voice. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Li family's upper echelons to suck in a breath of cold air. They finally remembered that ninth elder Li Ro did mention that a pharmacist had accepted Duan Lingtian as a disciple and passed down the formula. It was just that they put all their attention on the prescription and forgot about that alchemist. Little guy, what is the rank of your teacher? First elder Li Hua asked. I don't know what rank he is, but I saw him concoct pills with my own eyes. He used his elemental energy to create pill fire. The color of the pill fire seemed to be gold. Duan Lingtian frowned and pretended to recall as he spoke. What? Li Hua's pupils constricted as he instantly stood up and exclaimed, Grade 7 alchemist. Rank 7 pharmacist. The Li family's upper echelons were all dumbstruck. Patriarch Li Nanfeng asked, Grand Elder, are you sure? Li Hua grunted in a low voice. All graded alchemists know that an alchemist capable of condensing a golden pill flame is surely a grade 7 alchemist. Moreover, a grade 7 alchemist is at least an expert at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above. Origin Core stage powerhouse. The Li family's upper echelons were shocked once again. An Origin Core stage powerhouse was in existence above the core formation stage. Their Li family's strongest Grand Elder was only at the 6th level of the core formation stage. At this moment, no one doubted Duan Lingtian's words. Even these people who had lived for most of their lives didn't know that a rank 7 pharmacist's pill fire was golden. This little bastard really got lucky. Shit luck. 7th Elder Li Kuan's expression was as unsightly as it could be. Patriarch, elders, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be returning first. Elders, if you need me to help you concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, you can buy the medicinal materials and come find me. Right, I almost forgot. Patriarch, I seem to still have 1,000 silver with you, right? After taking the 1,000 silver from Li Nanfeng, Duan Lingtian swaggered out of the Li family's audience hall. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid was a medicinal liquid that Duan Lingtian subtracted a medicinal material from the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. Its effect was only half of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. Duan Lingtian wasn't generous enough to share the best things with others. Patriarch, Grand Elder, my son should be about to wake up. I'll be returning first. 7th Elder Li Kuan took a deep breath and left the Li family's audience hall with complicated feelings. He knew that now, all the elders, including 6th Elder Li Ping, who was on good terms with him, were begging Duan Lingtian for the sake of their children's futures. It was impossible for him to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian because of his crippled son. I'll also be leaving first. Li Ro hurriedly followed. She was worried that Li Kuan would act out of desperation and directly make a move on her son. In the Li family's audience hall, the remaining Li family elders didn't leave. Under the leadership of Patriarch Li Nanfeng, another family meeting began. This family meeting mainly revolved around Duan Lingtian's medicinal formula. In the end, in order to keep it a secret, it was unanimously decided that only the children of those present would be allowed to use the medicinal liquid. Patriarch 5th Elder Li Ting looked at Li Nanfeng with a grave expression. Today, we didn't punish Duan Lingtian, so 7th Elder must be resentful. If he spreads the news of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, even if the Chen and Fong family fear the level 7 alchemist behind Duan Lingtian, they will definitely join forces to coerce the Li family to get a share of the profits. 5th Elder is right. I know 7th Elder very well. Even if Duan Lingtian has the protection of a level 7 alchemist, he won't let it go so easily. 6th Elder Li Ping also said fearfully. After he finished speaking, he noticed that Li Ting was looking at him strangely. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This matter also concerns my son's future. He had a good relationship with 7th Elder, but now that his son's future was at stake, he had to make a choice. Chapter 16. Whoosh! The sword did not leave a mark. A leaf hanging from the tree in the courtyard was instantly torn apart. Half of the leaf fell and landed firmly on the ground. When the leaf was torn apart, the 3-foot-long blade in the youth's hand had already been sheathed. So fast! Young master, what sword technique is this? The young girl stood at the side, looking at the youth with admiration. Sword drawing technique. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, and his gaze became somewhat blurred. In his previous life, other than being a grandmaster in the Xingyi fist, the sword drawing technique was also the foundation of his invincibility. At that time, there were many charming female assassins who purposely delivered themselves to his door, wanting to find an opportunity to kill him. However, every time these female assassins revealed their killing intent, it was also the time when their lives withered. Everyone knew that the military dagger in Ling Tian's hand was the death god scythe, and it was always the fastest. Remember, the sword drawing technique emphasizes the word fast. Of all the martial techniques in the world, only speed is unbeatable. Even if it's a martial artist who is stronger than you, as long as your sword can slit his throat, as long as you can draw your sword and slice his throat before he can react, he will definitely die. Duan Lingtian taught the young girl patiently. The young girl was also very eager to learn, and she listened attentively. The young girl's delicate little hand gripped the purple short sword tightly. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, she practiced quite well. Young master, is Kerr very stupid? After an entire morning, the young girl was already drenched in sweat. Her long, shapely eyebrows moved slightly, and her eyes lost some of their vitality. She was somewhat disappointed. Kerr, why do you say that? Duan Lingtian asked doubtfully. I practiced for an entire morning, but my sword drawing speed is not even 1% of young master's. Young master, is Kerr not suitable for swordsmanship? The young girl's alluring red lips slightly pouted. Silly girl, even if it's a martial arts expert, it's not something that can be created overnight. You've only practiced the sword drawing technique for an entire morning, yet you've come to such a conclusion. Aren't you being too presumptuous? Do you know that the first time I practiced the sword drawing technique, I practiced it for an entire day, but I wasn't as good as you are now? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He thought it was something else, but he didn't expect this girl to be so conflicted about this. Really? The young girl blinked her beautiful eyes and regained her confidence. Of course it's true. Duan Lingtian smiled gently. Kerr, if you want to fully display the speed of the sword drawing technique, you have to familiarize yourself with the force I just taught you. How to hold the sword on your wrist, and which part of your body should exert force first. When you are familiar with the order and strength of each part of your body, you will be able to catch up with me. Duan Lingtian added. Young master, I will do my best. The girl nodded her delicate chin and said seriously. Duan Lingtian stood to the side and watched as the girl continued to practice her sword. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. Mother. At some point in time, Li Ro came to Duan Lingtian's side. Li Ro had a puzzled expression on her face as she watched the girl practicing the same sword move over and over again. Tian what sword skill are you teaching Kerr? Why is she practicing the same sword move over and over again? Do you need mother to go to the market and buy a set of sword skills for Kerr? Li Ro asked. Mother, there's no need. Those fancy sword skills are fine to look at in normal times, but they are useless in actual combat. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He didn't even take a fancy to the martial arts techniques of the Li family's martial pavilion, let alone the unrated sword skills of Qingfeng Town's market. Tian don't tell me that the sword skill you taught Kerr is better than the sword skills sold in the market? Li Ro had a look of disbelief on her face. Mother, do you want to try? Duan Lingtian turned around and grinned. What, you still want to spar with mother? Li Ro smiled. To her, sparring with her son, who was at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage, was no different from playing house. Mother, be careful. At the same time that Duan Lingtian reminded her, His right hand suddenly released the sword sheath and grasped the handle of the fine steel sword. Sword drawing arts. The sword left no trace. Under the scorching sun, only a wisp of white light could be seen flashing past. The sword sheath that was suspended in the air didn't even have time to fall before the fine steel sword was once again sheathed and grasped in Duan Lingtian's hand. Sword drawing arts, drawing the sword like lightning and sheathing the sword like muffled thunder. At the instant that Duan Lingtian drew his sword, Li Ro moved and her figure flashed backward. She exerted force with her feet and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth, developing an ancient mammoth silhouette above her head. In other words, she used the strength of an ancient mammoth to dodge Duan Lingtian's sword. Li Ro took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. She noticed that although the way her son drew his sword was exactly the same as the way Kirk practiced the sword, the speed of the two weren't on the same level at all. If she was a bit slower earlier, her son's sword would surely have touched her. Using only a cultivation at the third level of the body tempering stage to swing his sword, he was able to force her to use the strength of a 9th level body tempering stage martial artist to dodge. This sword skill was simply heaven-defying. Mother, this is the sword skill I want to teach Kerr. What do you think? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Relying on the fine steel sword in his hand, even if he encountered a 6th level body tempering stage martial artist, as long as he had the chance to get close, he was confident that he could kill the martial artist. When one's cultivation hadn't reached a certain level, the help of a sharp weapon was very obvious. Combined with his sword drawing arts, it was even more successful. This sword skill was also taught to you by the old man you met in your dreams? Li Ro glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. The latter couldn't help but rub his nose and laugh embarrassedly. Tian, what's this sword skill called? Sword drawing arts. Can you teach mother? Of course. Li Ro, who'd become interested in the sword drawing arts, followed Duan Lingtian to cultivate the sword drawing arts with Kerr. With her foundation in cultivation, her progress in cultivating the sword drawing arts was much faster than Kerr. After a day, Li Ro relied on the strength of an ancient mammoth to execute the sword drawing arts, and her speed was on par with Duan Lingtian. Of course, her current comprehension of the sword drawing arts couldn't catch up to Duan Lingtian no matter how hard she tried. After all, she used 5,000 kilograms of strength to achieve such speed, while Duan Lingtian used less than 200 kilograms of strength. In order to cultivate the sword drawing arts, Li Ro specially went to buy a fine steel sword, and her sword never left her hand. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian began to get busy. In addition to his own cultivation, he had to teach the two beauties how to use the sword, and he also had to help the Li family's higher-ups concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. If it weren't for his mother and Kerr's help, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. After spending 3 days concocting a 3-month dose for the children of the Li family's higher-ups, Duan Lingtian finally had some free time. Looking at the mountain of herbs in the room, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a satisfied smile. He'd deducted at least 1/3 of the Li family's higher-ups' herbs as compensation for their hard work. In other words, if he wanted to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid in the future, he wouldn't have to spend money to buy 6 of the herbs. Tian, the Fong family's people are here. The patriarch wants you to go to the main hall. On this day, Li Ro's voice sounded from outside. Fong family? They're finally here. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He wasn't the least bit surprised. A few days ago, when he brought Kerr back from buying a sword, he guessed that the people following them were from the Fong family. Li family's main hall. Patriarch Li Nanfeng sat at the head of the table, and 6th elder Li Ping sat below him. Across from them, the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, sat upright. Behind Fong Yi stood a middle-aged man with crimson eyes. Patriarch. Suddenly, a slightly young voice sounded from outside the main hall. Come in. Li Nanfeng nodded in response. 6th elder, I heard that your son, Li Dong, is about to break through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Congratulations. Duan Lingtian walked in and greeted Li Nanfeng before nodding to Li Ping. Li Ping gave a friendly smile, and a trace of gratitude and guilt appeared in his eyes. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian's magnanimity and not arguing with him, his son wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. Duan Lingtian, this is the Fong family's patriarch, and the one behind him is Manager Fong. Li Nanfeng introduced. Greetings to the Fong family's patriarch and Manager Fong. Only then did Duan Lingtian's gaze fall on the two guests, and he lightly smiled. His expression was calm and relaxed. I've long heard that the Li family's ninth elder is a rare heroine. Like mother, like son, as expected, extraordinary. The Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, narrowed his eyes into a line. According to his investigation over the past few days, the recent rise of this Duan Lingtian was simply a miracle. In a month's time, he transformed from a sickly person into a martial artist at the third level of the body tempering stage. He even overbearingly crippled the Li family's seventh elder's son, Li Jia, the Li family's young genius. Later on, he didn't receive any punishment from the Li family. Fong family's patriarch, I've also found Duan Lingtian. Do you need something from him? Li Nanfeng asked. Li Nanfeng's voice had just faded. Fong Yi's expression instantly changed, and he stood up from his seat, looking down at the youth in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtian, how dare you? A month ago, you injured my son and crippled my Fong family's manager's son. Shouldn't you give my Fong family an explanation for this matter? Li Nanfeng and Li Ping were somewhat surprised by Fong Yi's outburst. They didn't know about this matter. The youth's immature face was as calm as water, and he didn't seem surprised in the slightest. Fong family's patriarch, if you're here to denounce me today, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I presume you've already clearly investigated the matter that day, and justice is in the hearts of the people. If it wasn't for your son using his power to bully others, I wouldn't have made a move. Moreover, I've already given your Fong family enough face by not crippling your son. Duan Lingtian only smiled indifferently. How dare you, a Li family disciple with another surname, dare to be so rude to my Fong family's patriarch? You're courting death. The Fong family's manager behind Fong Yi, Fong Chong, seized this opportunity to explosively shout, and his entire body flashed out like an eagle, enveloping the youth. Dense hatred and killing intent were emitted from his every movement. Chapter 17. No one would have thought that Fong Chong would dare to make a move in the Li family's main hall. Moreover, he used the full strength of a ninth-level body-tempering martial artist the moment he made a move. He obviously wanted to kill the youth. Fong Chong's speed was extremely fast, arriving in front of the youth in the blink of an eye. The instant he struck out with his palm, the youth's entire body trembled, and he reacted. His legs instinctively shook as he quickly retreated. Even so, the youth was still swept away by the remaining force and was blasted flying. He crashed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. The youth's face was pale and his body swayed as he barely managed to stop himself. He clenched his fists tightly and was so angry that his body slightly trembled. His fingernails pierced deeply into his palms, but he didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pain. A pair of sharp eyes emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. Fong Chong's feet shook as his figure flashed out. After missing his first attack, he actually wanted to attack the youth again. How dare you! Seeing this, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, suddenly stood up and roared. You're courting death. Origin energy erupted from sixth elder Li Ping's feet and his entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards Fong Chong. Origin energy flowed as he punched out, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop four ancient mammoth silhouettes. Once a punch that contained the strength of four ancient mammoths landed on Fong Chong's body, even if Fong Chong didn't die, he would be crippled. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, made a move. His figure flashed as he carried Fong Chong to dodge Li Ping's punch. Fong Yi's speed was twice as fast as Li Ping's. Just at this moment, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above Fong Yi's head, the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. Are you alright? Li Ping coldly glanced at Fong Yi before coming to the youth's side and asking. I'm fine, thank you, sixth elder. The youth shook his head. Even if he was injured, he didn't make a sound. To him, that was a sign of cowardice. Fang Yi. An explosive shout came out of the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, like a clap of thunder. It was so loud that the entire hall seemed to tremble. The Li family will investigate the matter between Duan Lingtian and your Fang family. But your Fang family actually dared to injure a member of my Li family. It seems like you don't put my Li family in your eyes at all. Shouldn't you give me and my Li family an explanation for this matter? Li Nanfeng was thoroughly enraged. Duan Lingtian was now the treasure of the Li family. If Duan Lingtian was really killed, not only would the ninth elder not let it go, but the Li family's chance to rise and suppress the Fang and Chen families would also be completely destroyed. Li family head, please forgive me. The only son of the Fang family's housekeeper, Fang Chang, was crippled by Duan Lingtian. For the rest of his life, he can only accompany his bed. It's pardonable that he attacked Duan Lingtian. He definitely didn't intend to offend the Li family. Now that Duan Lingtian is fine, let's forget about this matter. How about it? Unexpectedly, Fang Yi had a calm expression on his face. He played down what had just happened. Fang Yi. Li Nanfeng's face darkened. But before he could continue, he was interrupted by the youth who took a few steps forward. Patriarch, I want to settle this matter myself. Without waiting for Li Nanfeng's response, the youth's bloodthirsty eyes focused on the Fang family's housekeeper, Fang Chang. His entire person was like an Asura who had walked out of hell. His entire body was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent that made people shudder. Fang Chang, is it? In 3 months, I'll go to the Fang family and take your life. With that, the youth turned and walked out. Good. In 3 months, I'll wait for you to come. At that time, I'll kill you with my own hands to avenge my son. Fang Chang, who had thought that there was no hope of avenging his son, heard the youth's words, and his crimson eyes were filled with excitement. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so at that time. The youth didn't look back. With a cold laugh, he stepped out and left the Li family's main hall. Only a proud and aloof figure was left. In his previous life, Ling Tian had dominated half of his life. He was unrestrained, and no one could rival him. In this life, a mere housekeeper of the Fang family wanted to take his life. In 3 months, he would go to the Fang family's door and spill blood to wash away today's humiliation. Only killing could calm the anger in his heart. Li family's patriarch, your Li family is really a young hero. This Duan Lingtian has such ambition at such a young age. It's really rare. Since he and Fang Chang have made a life and death agreement, there's no point in pursuing this matter. In 3 months, my Fang family will be waiting for his arrival. Fang Yi looked at Li Nanfeng and laughed. After speaking, Fang Yi ignored the ashen-faced Li Nanfeng and left with Fang Chang. Patriarch, Duan Lingtian was too impulsive. Sixth elder Li Ping frowned, his face full of worry. He wasn't worried about Duan Lingtian's life or death, but worried that if something happened to Duan Lingtian, his son wouldn't have the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to use. In the past few days, he had seen his son's cultivation progress. The 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was simply a divine item. Li Nanfeng's gaze was complicated. Just now, when Duan Lingtian's bloodthirsty killing intent rose, he felt a trace of oppression. He couldn't understand why Duan Lingtian, who had never killed anyone before, would have such a killing intent. In his opinion, only a martial artist who had gone through hundreds of battles and killed many people could produce such a terrifying killing intent. Since he has decided, we can only believe in him and hope that he can create another miracle. Sixth elder, I want to know about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the Fang family. Go and investigate. Duan Lingtian's mysteriousness gave rise to a trace of hope in Li Nanfeng's heart. Yes, Patriarch. Li Ping retreated, his face extremely ugly. Duan Lingtian's victory over Li Jia was a miracle. However, Li Jia was only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, while Fong Chong was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. In his opinion, a youth at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage wanting to defeat a person at the 9th level of the body tempering stage in 3 months was simply a fantasy. There were 9 levels in the body tempering realm, and the higher the level, the harder it was to advance. Duan Tian forcefully endured the pain as he walked step by step with heavy footsteps towards his home. His pride made him unwilling to show his weak side in front of others. Only when he returned to his own courtyard did he start coughing violently, spitting out mouthfuls of congested blood that dyed the ground red. "Young master, what happened to you?" The young girl who was washing vegetables in the courtyard saw this scene and her face turned deathly pale. She hurriedly put down the work in her hands and helped Duan Tian into his room. Her clear eyes flickered with tears. "Young master, don't scare Kerr, don't scare Kerr." The young girl's tears fell like rain. "Silly girl, I only suffered some light injuries. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after some rest." Duan Tian helped the young girl wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. An hour later, Li Ro, who had just returned from the market of Fresh Breeze Town, pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. Seeing the blood all over the floor, her face instantly changed. "Tian, who hurt you?" Li Ro rushed into Duan Tian's room, her voice as cold as ice. "Mother, I'm fine. Also, I've already told the patriarch about this matter. I'll take care of it myself. Mother, you have to believe me." After Kerr's careful care and taking the grade 9 gold injury pill personally sent by the patriarch, Duan Tian had recovered a lot. He squeezed out a smile on his face. "Was it Fong Yi?" Li Ro asked in a low voice. "No, it was the Fong family's housekeeper, Fong Chong. Mother, he doesn't have much time left. 3 months from now will be his death date." As he finished speaking, Duan Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Soon after, the grade 9 gold injury pill took effect and Duan Tian fell into a deep sleep. "Kerr, take good care of Tian." Li Ro checked and found that her son was fine. She heaved a sigh of relief and informed Kerr before leaving the courtyard. She went to see the patriarch, Li Nanfeng. From Li Nanfeng, she found out the ins and outs of the entire matter and understood the meaning of her son's words. She took a deep breath. Although her eyes revealed a dense killing intent, when she thought of her son's stubbornness, she endured it. She had already made a decision in her heart. 3 months from now, if her son wasn't Fong Chong, she would take action and kill Fong Chong even if she had to infuriate the Fong family. For her son, she could give up everything, even her life. The peaceful Clear Breeze town was suddenly thrown into an uproar when the Fong family deliberately released a piece of news. "Hey! Did you guys hear? I heard that a disciple of the Li family with a different surname publicly challenged the Fong family's steward, Fong Chong, to a life and death battle in the Fong family in 3 months. I heard that too. That disciple with a different surname is called Duan Tian and is the son of the Fong family's 9th elder. A month ago, he had a conflict with the Fong family's young master, Fong Jian, for a young girl who sold her body to bury her mother. He even crippled one of Fong Jian's capable subordinates. It's said that the person who was crippled by Duan Tian was the only son of the Fong family's steward. I remember now. A month ago, Fong Jian did indeed suffer a loss at the hands of a youth. I was there at that time. That youth is Duan Tian. Looking at his appearance, I'm afraid he's not even 16. It can't be. He's not even 16 and he dares to challenge the Fong family's steward to a life and death battle? Is there something wrong with his brain? In Fresh Breeze Town, who doesn't know that the Fong family's steward, Fong Chong, is a 9th level body tempering martial artist? Young and frivolous, young and frivolous. All over Fresh Breeze Town, similar rumors were spreading. Everyone felt that Duan Tian was courting death. Li family estate. In the main hall, all the Li family elders, except for Patriarch Li Nanfeng, were gathered together. Even 7th elder Li Kuan, who had been in seclusion for many days, had come. Fresh Breeze Town was abuzz with the news, and all the Lee family elders had received the news. They were anxious. If something were to happen to Duan Ling Tian in 3 months' time, wouldn't their children have no 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to use? Patriarch. Patriarch. Besides Grand Elder Li Hua, 7th Elder Li Kun, and 9th Elder Li Ro, the other elders looked at Li Nanfeng with anxious expressions. Li Nanfeng raised his hand and stopped everyone from continuing. I know what all the elders are thinking, but since this matter has already been decided and the Fong family has spread the news, if we give in, where will the Li family's face go? Therefore, we can only trust Duan Ling Tian. I've discussed it with Grand Elder, and in these 3 months, the Li family will do everything in our power to help Duan Ling Tian. Elders, do you have any objections? At this moment, the Li family elders could only bitterly smile and sigh. What was done could not be undone, and they had no other choice. Although it was almost impossible to achieve, after the Li family's upper echelons left, 7th Elder Li Kun walked home with a cold smile on his face. Chapter 18. Half a month later, in a spacious courtyard of the Li family's mansion, the old man was lying on a reclining chair, comfortably closing his eyes and basking in the sun. Behind him, a young man with delicate features stood there, giving him a massage. First Elder, I'll give you another massage in half a month, and your hidden disease will be completely eradicated. The young man said as he massaged. Little guy, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I don't know how much pain I would have to suffer. The old man sighed. Over the years, he had been tortured by his hidden disease to the point of almost going crazy. Now that it could be eradicated, it was great news for him. First Elder, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just taking someone's money to get rid of their misfortune. The young man shook his head and smiled. For him, massaging the old man for 1,000 taels was definitely a profitable business. I heard that you refused the family head's good intentions. The old man suddenly asked. Yes, I don't lack money for the time being. I can buy anything I need in the market. There's no need to waste the family's resources. Those resources should be left for people who need them more than me. The young man smiled. Little guy, you sure know how to talk. I didn't know you had such a high level of self-awareness. You refused because you don't want to owe the Li family too much and be tied down by the Li family, right? The old man's words exposed the young man's thoughts. The young man smiled awkwardly. Old ginger is spicier. Indeed, as the old man said, he didn't want to be tied down by the Li family. Sooner or later, he would leave and explore the outside world. The Li family and Qingfeng town were just a starting point for him. Huff! The young man stopped. The old man opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to the sweaty young man. First Elder, I'll leave first. See you in half a month. The latter smiled. After the young man left. 2.5 months later, I hope you can give me a surprise. The old man muttered to himself. After leaving the residence of First Elder Li Hua, Duan Ling Tian went straight home. Just as he entered the compound. Then, he saw a graceful figure rapidly drawing and sheathing her sword. Over and over again, she kept repeating the same thing over and over again. It was as if he didn't know what fatigue was. The young girl was already sweating profusely. She bit her pink lips, and her watery eyes were filled with determination. Seeing this scene, Duan Ling Tian felt a little distressed. Practicing the sword requires the heart to move as it pleases and to stop before going too far. Overdrawing your physical strength like this will only do you good. He took a few steps forward and grabbed the young girl's hand that was about to draw her sword. Young master, Kerr wants to master the sword drawing technique as soon as possible. That way, she can protect young master, help young master beat up bad people, and prevent bad people from bullying young master. The young girl was panting and her face was flushed red as she said seriously. Silly girl, go and rest. Duan Lingtian's heart warmed as he stroked the girl's soft hair. The young girl nodded gently, as docile as a kitten. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent transformation. That night, the youth sat quietly in the bathtub, greedily absorbing the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. When the medicinal liquid was completely absorbed by him, his vital energy and blood strengthened, and his body transformed, reaching a new critical point. He walked out of the bathtub and put on his clothes. Tomorrow morning, I'll definitely be able to break through to the 4th level of the body-tempering stage. However, if I want to kill Feng Chang in 2.5 months, I'll have to at least break through to the 7th level of the body-tempering stage. The higher the level, the harder it is to raise one's cultivation. With just the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, it's impossible to break through to the 7th level of the body-tempering stage in 2 months. Maybe it's time to go to the marketplace to buy some things. The youth's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Early the next morning, before the sky even brightened, the youth got up from his bed and poured the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid into the bathtub before starting to cultivate. After a night of rest, the medicinal strength from the medicinal bath had already been completely absorbed by him. Circulating the 9 dragons wore sovereign technique spirit serpent transformation mental cultivation method, the youth sat in the bathtub and closed his eyes, greedily absorbing the medicinal liquid within the bathtub. After an unknown amount of time, only when dawn arrived and the early morning sunlight sprinkled on the ground, passing through the room's screen window and sprinkling specks of light on the youth's body, did he slowly open his eyes. Crackle crackle, the youth stood up from the bathtub and casually stretched his body, the friction between his bones emitting a clear sound. Immediately, the youth's young and tender face revealed a smile. "I've finally broken through." His palms faced up as he lightly clenched his fists. His fists tightened. Feeling the explosive strength in his body, the smile on the youth's face became even wider. "It's just as I guessed. An ordinary 4th level body tempering stage martial artist's strength would only increase by 200 pounds, but I have an increase of over 300 pounds. Looks like the 9 dragons war sovereign technique is indeed different from ordinary cultivation methods." After putting on his clothes, the youth pushed open the door and walked out in large strides, enjoying the sunlight to his heart's content. Whoosh! Clang! Whoosh! Clang! 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 The clear sound of a sword being drawn and sheathed entered his ears. Only now did Duan Lingtian realize that Kerr had been earnestly cultivating the sword-drawing art since early in the morning in the courtyard. In order not to disturb the mother and son's sweet dreams, the young girl chose to cultivate in a remote corner of the courtyard. If he hadn't walked out of his room, he wouldn't have heard these sounds. Sighing, Duan Lingtian understood that Kerr couldn't take the matter of him being injured previously to heart. During this period of time, she had practically been cultivating with all her might. Not only had her cultivation stepped into the 3rd level of the body tempering stage, but she had also grasped the basics of the sword-drawing art. It could be said that everything that Kerr did was for him, to protect him. "Kerr, stop cultivating for now. Accompany me to the marketplace to buy some things." Duan Lingtian walked over and smiled. "Young master, I'll go prepare breakfast first." The young girl sheathed her sword and stood gracefully. Her delicate cheeks without any makeup had a trace of redness. "No need, we'll go out to eat. Then I'll go prepare some for madam, no problem, my mother will make it herself." "Let's go." Duan Lingtian held the young girl's hand. As he led her out of the courtyard, he didn't forget to look back at his motherly rose bedroom and greet her. "Mother, I'll be taking Kerr with me. You can take care of breakfast yourself today." After Duan Lingtian and Kerr left. In the courtyard, the door opened with a creak. A beautiful woman slowly walked out and bathed in the sunlight. Does this count as forgetting his mother when he has a wife? The woman shook her head, a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Boss, wait for me, wait for me." The golden boy and girl had just walked out of the Li family mansion when a panting sound came from behind them. A little fatty shook off the fat on his body as he bent over to catch his breath and blocked their way. "You called me?" Duan Lingtian turned around and saw that there was no one else. The little fatty looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Could he be a follower of the old Duan Ling Tian? But the old Duan Ling Tian was a sickly invalid. Who would be willing to be his follower? Boss, of course I'm calling you. You're my idol. The little fatty nodded like a chick pecking at rice, the fat on his face jiggling. I don't know you. Frowning, Duan Ling Tian held the young girl's hand and continued walking. Boss, it was my fault for taking off your pants when we were young, but you don't have to hold a grudge, right? Last time, you crippled Li Jia and helped me vent my anger. Also, boss, you crippled him and nothing happened. You're too awesome. Little fatty eagerly followed behind, his mouth never stopping talking. Taking off my pants. Hearing the little fatty's words, a blurry image appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was a memory of the old Duan Ling Tian when he was young. In the memory, a group of 5 or 6-year-old children were playing around. Suddenly, a little fatty sneaked up behind him and took off his pants, causing the group of children to laugh. He also cried in grief. You're Li Xian. Duan Ling Tian finally remembered. This little fatty was the only son of the 5th elder, Li Ting. When he was young, he left Fresh Breeze Town with his grandfather. He didn't expect to be back now. Boss, you finally remember me. The little fatty's little eyes lit up. When did you come back? Also, why are you calling me boss? Duan Ling Tian asked. In his memory, the old Duan Ling Tian didn't have much contact with the little fatty, let alone take him as a follower. I've been back for 2 months. You helped me teach Li Jia a lesson and you're so awesome, so I've decided to take you as my boss. Boss, from now on, I'm yours. You have to take good care of me. Little fatty chuckled and blinked his small eyes as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian learned from the little fatty. When the little fatty came back, he had a conflict with Li Jia's younger brother, Li Xian. Li Xian couldn't beat him, so he went to Li Jia and beat him up. I crippled Li Jia, that's my own business. I never thought of helping you. Also, you're not my man, and I have no interest in being your boss. Stop bothering me. Duan Ling Tian said coldly, holding the girl's hand and walking towards the market without looking back. After being betrayed by his brother in his previous life, he learned his lesson in this life. He wouldn't take another brother for no reason. He didn't want to keep a ticking time bomb by his side. A thief in the family is the hardest to guard against. The little fatty didn't expect Duan Lingtian's attitude to suddenly change. He stood there dumbfounded, watching the young man and girl walk away. Chapter 19. The Agarwood restaurant was the best restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town. It was located at the intersection of the Li family, the Fong family, and the Chen family. It did not belong to any of the 3 great families of Fresh Breeze Town. It was said that its origin was not small and that it was opened by a large chamber of commerce. Early in the morning, there were already many people going in and out of the Agarwood restaurant. They were all here for breakfast. Those who could afford to eat at the Agarwood restaurant were the more well-off people in Fresh Breeze Town. They were either rich or noble. As soon as the golden couple entered the Agarwood restaurant, they attracted the attention of the people who were going in and out of the Agarwood restaurant. Most of them were stunned and envious gazes. The stunned gazes fell on the young girl, while the envious gazes fell on the young boy. Are you two eating? One of the servants who were standing in a row at the entrance of the Agarwood restaurant walked out and greeted them. He lowered his head and respectfully asked. A private room on the 2nd floor. Do you still have a window seat? The young boy nodded and asked in a familiar manner. Yes, please come this way. When the servant heard the young boy's words, he knew that it was not his first time here. He quickly led the two to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was much quieter than the 1st floor. Of course, the cost was more than twice that of the 1st floor. My luck is not bad. Seeing that there was only one window seat left on the 2nd floor, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. When Duan Ling Tian brought the young girl to the window seat, the gazes of the people on the second floor fell on Kerr, who was beside Duan Ling Tian. They were attracted by the young girl's beauty. Not far away, the three youths at the window table looked at Kerr with greedy gazes. Kerr, sit. Duan Ling Tian took the purple short sword from Kerr's hand and placed it on the table. He casually pulled out a chair and gestured for Kerr to sit. His demeanor was very gentlemanly. Thank you, young master. The young girl's delicate cheeks blushed a little as she sat down. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to sit across from Kerr, a voice rang out. A gust of wind blew past his ears, and a figure was one step ahead of him, taking his seat first. Duan Ling Tian frowned and found that the person sitting in his seat was a girl in green. The green-clothed girl was about 16 years old. Her appearance could not be considered stunning, but her childish little face contained a bit of charm. When combined with the girl's unique pure temperament, it formed a contradictory combination. An ordinary-looking maidservant followed closely behind and stood humbly behind the green-clothed girl. Miss Chen, I'm sorry, but this young master has already chosen this seat. Do you think you should change to another seat? The manservant who welcomed Duan Ling Tian and Kerr spoke with a humble smile on his face. Obviously, he recognized the girl in cyan. This is exactly what I want. Why? As a regular customer of Agarwood Restaurant, I don't even have this privilege. The green-clothed girl proudly raised her small head and glanced at the manservant condescendingly. When this young lady is eating, I don't like strangers present. Then, her eyes fell on Kerr, who was sitting across from her. Jealousy flashed in her eyes as she said lightly. This young master, why don't you? The other manservant who followed the green-clothed girl looked at Duan Ling Tian, wanting him to change seats. But when he found that Duan Ling Tian did not have the intention to pay attention to him, he could only shut his mouth with a wry smile. Young master, why don't we change seats? At this time, Kerr also looked at Duan Ling Tian. She could see that this Miss Chen was a lady of a noble family, and her identity was not simple. Although her appearance and temperament were not as good as hers, the invisible aura between them made her unable to breathe. Although she had been with Duan Ling Tian for a period of time, Kerr's heart still had some inferiority complex, and this was related to her humble background. Duan Ling Tian noticed Kerr's gaze, and how could he not see through her thoughts? He understood that if he wanted Kerr to get rid of her inferiority complex, he had to set a good example. At the very least, he had to let Kerr know that in this world, dignity was to be fought for by oneself. Kerr, can you tell me, why do we have to change seats? Duan Ling Tian looked at Kerr gently and asked softly. Young master, Kerr did not know what to say. Kerr, remember, from the moment you came home with me, you are no longer the Kerr of the past. What I want to see is a confident you, a reborn you, not the past you. Do you understand? Duan Ling Tian guided her patiently. Young master, I was wrong. Kerr's eyes reddened slightly, and she lowered her head. Hey! Did you hear that? I don't like strangers eating, get lost. The girl in green saw that Duan Ling Tian and Kerr were chatting with great interest, and she instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation, and shouted in a low voice. Miss Chen, is it? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian looked at the girl in green. I'll give you 3 breaths of time, get out of my seat immediately or, bear the consequences. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and his voice was lowered. The girl in green's expression changed. She was about to explode. She felt a cold aura from this youth who looked younger than her, and it fell on her body, causing her to be unable to breathe, and her face turned pale. 2 more breaths. The low voice sounded again. This time, the cold aura pressing down on her was even more intense. The girl in green was on the verge of a mental breakdown, but as the daughter of the Chen family's head, her pride made her grit her teeth and persevere. 1 more breath. The low voice sounded again, like muffled thunder. Accompanying it, besides the cold aura, there was also a bloody aura. The girl in green's face was pale, without a trace of blood. She could no longer bear it, and stood up from her seat in a panic. She watched as Duan Lingtian sat down, and the terrifying aura pressing down on her gradually disappeared. Who exactly are you? The girl in green took a deep breath, and asked somewhat unwillingly. She couldn't understand how a youth who looked younger than her could have such a terrifying aura. Just now, he was like an Asura that crawled out from the depths of hell, and his entire body was filled with a cold and bloody aura. She didn't doubt that if she didn't stand up, she would have met with terrible consequences. 2 of each of your signature desserts. Oh, and 2 glasses of milk. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to hear the girl in green's words, and instead looked at the 2 dumbfounded servants and said slowly, "Yes." One of the servants respectfully replied and left. In his opinion, someone who dared to challenge the Chen family's eldest daughter, Chen Mei'er, was definitely not simple. "Hey! I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" Chen Mei'er was on the verge of exploding. Ever since she could remember, she was the apple of her parents' eye, and was doted on by everyone. This was the first time someone dared to ignore her like this. "Kerr, the desserts here are not bad, try them. If you like them, young master will bring you here every morning to eat." Duan Lingtian looked at the girl across the table, and his eyes were filled with tenderness as he smiled. "Young master, it's fine to come here occasionally. I heard that the desserts here are very expensive." The girl shook her head sensibly. "It's fine, even though young master isn't as rich as a country, but he still has the ability to satisfy my Kerr's appetite." Duan Lingtian's words made the girl lower her head in embarrassment, and her delicate cheeks were dyed red. "Young master, my family's young miss is talking to you." The servant girl next to Chen Mei'er looked at Kerr enviously, and timidly said to Duan Lingtian, "It must be hard for you to follow such a young miss." Duan Lingtian looked at the servant girl and smiled. No, young miss is very good to me." The servant girl was frightened by Duan Lingtian's words, and her face turned pale, and she hurriedly waved her hands. "Who told you to talk too much?" Chen Mei'er glared at the servant girl next to her. At this moment, a trace of jealousy rose in her heart. Even she didn't think that there would be a day when she would be jealous of her servant girl. It was not because of anything else, but because the annoying youth in front of her, who ignored her, smiled and said something to the servant girl in a kind tone. Miss Mei'er, it's really you." Not far away, the 3 young men at the table by the window recognized Chen Mei'er and walked over, greeting her warmly. Their tone was full of admiration. Chen Mei'er's expression softened, and she looked at Duan Lingtian proudly. It was as if she was saying to Duan Lingtian, "Chen Mei'er, am blessed by the heavens, and many people will pay attention to me." But when she saw that Duan Lingtian still didn't look at her, her face suddenly became gloomy. "Miss Mei'er, what happened?" A young man who was slightly older than Chen Mei'er had noticed something was amiss and asked. "Yes, Miss Mei'er, is there anything we can help you with?" The other 2 young men around Chen Mei'er's age also hurriedly said. "I was the one who sat on this seat first, but he insisted on making me stand up and took my seat." Chen Mei'er looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes filled with grievances as she added fuel to the fire. "What? He even dared to take Miss Mei'er's seat? Kid, you really ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts." Hearing this, the 3 young men were instantly enraged, pointing at Duan Lingtian as they shouted. "Miss, how can you accuse someone so wrongly?" Kerr heard Chen Mei'er's words and her delicate face turned red as she said angrily. Kerr raised her head, her delicate cheeks dyed red from anger, stunning the 3 young men who were filled with righteous indignation. When have they ever seen such a beauty? At this moment, they even forgot what they were doing. "Isn't it beautiful?" Chen Mei'er's face darkened as she asked sternly. "Yes." "No, it's not." The 3 young men quivered and came to their senses. Only then did they remember that this Miss Chen was famous for being jealous. They heard that in the past, there was a servant in the Chen family who praised a servant girl for being prettier than her. In the end, the servant and the servant girl disappeared from the face of the earth. They then looked at Duan Lingtian and said angrily, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, scram." Why don't you ask around? Is Miss Chen someone you can afford to offend? If you don't scram, don't blame us for being rude to you. Chapter 20. Impolite to me? Duan Ling Tian laughed when he heard the harsh words of the three youths. His laugh was innocent and bright. What are you laughing at? One of the youths shouted with a gloomy expression. I can understand your desire to show off in front of Miss Chen. I just find it funny. Where did you get the confidence to be impolite to me? If I'm not wrong, you three should be from the Fong family, right? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more brilliant. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through the three youths. Actually, in Duan Lingtian's memories, he had some impression of one of the youths before him. He seemed to be one of the lackeys of the Fong family's young master, Fong Jian. That's right, we're from the Fong family. Now that both the Fong and Chen families are here, don't tell me a little brat like you wants to overturn the heavens. Exactly, is the Fong and Chen families something a little brat like you can offend? Hurry up and kowtow to Miss Chen and apologize, and we might spare your worthless life. The three youths from the Fong family threatened Duan Lingtian word by word, as if they had completely forgotten that they were only little brats who were not much older than Duan Lingtian. Miss Chen can represent the Chen family, I believe. Duan Lingtian nodded in all seriousness, causing Chen Mei'er, who was standing at the side, to feel slightly complacent. However, Duan Lingtian's following words caused her face to darken completely. But you three guys whose legs go weak when you see a woman, can you represent the Fong family? I have to say, this is simply the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. I don't even take Miss Chen seriously, so do you think I'll take you seriously? Duan Lingtian had a disdainful expression as he finished speaking. His eyes flickered with a mischievous smile as if he was doing it on purpose. You're courting death. Being mocked by Duan Lingtian in front of Chen Mei'er, the three youths from the Fong family were instantly enraged from embarrassment. What, you still want to fight? Duan Lingtian smiled. I know that your Agarwood restaurant has a powerful background. If the three of them attack me today, please be my witness. Then, he looked at the manservant who was standing not far away. The servant took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. He saw wisdom and confidence in this young man that even adults might not have. It was as if everything was under his control. So what if we attack you first? Go! One of the youths from the Fong family shouted. The three of them attacked at the same time, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. Their attacks were fierce and ruthless, aiming for his vital points. Young master! Ku'er cried out in alarm and was about to grab the sword. Just as she was about to reach for the dagger on the table, she realized that Duan Lingtian was one step ahead of her. She only saw the purple sword light flashing by, and then it returned to its sheath with a clang. The next moment, accompanied by three blood-curdling screams, 6 streaks of blood shot out. Blood violently spurted out from the wrists of the three youths, and it was impossible to stop. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, die. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent voice suppressed the blood-curdling screams of the three youths. When the three youths heard what Duan Lingtian said, their faces went pale. Disregarding their unconscious hands that were spurting blood, they hurriedly rushed down to the second floor of the Agarwood restaurant. They only used 2 breaths of time to disappear before Duan Lingtian's eyes. When faced with the threat of death, a person's potential that exceeded an ordinary person's would always be stimulated. The manservant's gaze constricted. Until now, he still hadn't recovered from the scene from before. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's sword strike was too fast, so fast that even a 5th-level body-tempering martial artist like him couldn't see it clearly. Chen Meier's face was pale, and her gaze towards Duan Lingtian was filled with fear. The servant girl behind Chen Meier lost her composure even more and let out a shriek. She was so frightened that even her body started to tremble. She didn't dare to look at Duan Lingtian again. To her, this youth who was smiling at her just now was simply a living king of hell. Kerr, who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian, didn't look too good either. Her face was slightly pale. What? Miss Chen, do you want me to personally send you off? Glancing at the dumbstruck Chen Meier, Duan Lingtian laughed. Who the hell are you? Chen Meier took a deep breath. Miss Chen, you're so reluctant to part with me. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to me? However, I don't like women with a temper, so please don't waste your time, Miss Chen. Duan Lingtian laughed mockingly. Chen Meier didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so shameless. Her face flushed red as she spat. The fear in her heart was also eased by Duan Lingtian's words. Cui, since the three of them have left, that table is also empty. Let's go over. Immediately, she took the servant girl who was still trembling and walked towards the table by the window not far away. The leftover snacks from the three Fong family youths were still steaming. Clean this place up and go serve Miss Chen. Nodding to the servant, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. This Chen Meier was different from the other unruly girls. At the very least, she had the guts to continue staying in this situation. Yes. The servant replied respectfully. After wiping the blood off, he went to serve the eldest young miss of the Chen family. I didn't scare you just now, did I? Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl across the table with a gentle expression. The current him and the previous him were like two different people. No. The young girl lightly shook her head. However, her slightly pale face undoubtedly showed that she had suffered quite a shock just now. Soon, Duan Lingtian's desserts and milk were served. Duan Lingtian acted as if nothing had happened. He ate the desserts and drank the milk in large mouthfuls. As for the young girl, she seemed to have lost her appetite and only ate a little. You don't usually eat so little. Be good and finish eating. Duan Lingtian encouraged her. Young master, the young girl's face was pale, as if she was still recalling the bloody scene. I will leave Fresh Breeze Town sooner or later. If you really want to leave with me, then you must be mentally prepared. Because in the future, there will be more bloody things than today. Do you understand? Of course, if you don't want to leave with me, then pretend I didn't say anything. Duan Lingtian deliberately sighed and slowly said. Young master, understands. Will eat, don't leave behind. The young girl hurriedly picked up the desserts and continued eating. She looked so pitiful that anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. Duan Lingtian would be lying if he said that he didn't feel sorry for But he knew that he had to harden his heart. This was the only way to train and make her abandon the cowardice in her heart as soon as possible. Hey! You, I say, why aren't you leaving? Aren't you afraid that the Fong family will make trouble for you? Chen Meier's voice came from afar and reached Duan Lingtian's ears. Miss Chen, you don't have to worry about that. I'm afraid that Miss Chen can't wait for the Fong family to make trouble for me. Duan Lingtian lightly replied. I'm so angry. Chen Meier was angered by Duan Lingtian's words. She gnashed her teeth and hardened her heart. I'll find out who you are sooner or later. I won't let you go, I definitely won't. This Chen Meier really has a crow's mouth. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Lingtian looked out of the window and saw that the three Fong family youths who had just left had returned. Their hands were already bandaged. With gloomy faces, they were striding over with a young man in his early 20s, looking aggressive. Soon, the four of them entered the Agarwood restaurant. Chen Meier, who wasn't far away, also saw this scene from afar. A smile appeared in her eyes. She glanced at Duan Lingtian and her heart skipped a beat. You didn't listen to advice. Great, now the young shopkeeper of the Fong family's pharmacy has personally come. Let's see if you can still smile later, humph. If you beg me and kowtow to me 3 times, maybe I'll consider helping you. Brother Quan, that's him. The 3 Fong family youths brought the young man upstairs. They scrambled to be the first to point at Duan Lingtian, gnashing their teeth as they spoke. The 4 of you, let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. A few servants who followed them up hurriedly tried to persuade them. Talk nicely. The young man, who was the young shopkeeper of the Fong family's pharmacy, Fong Quan, coldly glanced at the servants. When our Fong family's disciples had their tendons cut, why didn't you try to persuade them? Scram! The young man's words made Chen Mei Er's expression change slightly. Cut tendons? In an instant, a bone-piercing chill rose in her heart. She looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in her eyes. She originally thought that Duan Lingtian had only released the blood of the 3 Fong family youths. She didn't expect that he had cut their tendons. Even if they recovered in the future, they would not be as agile as before. For a martial artist, this was no different from cutting off their hands. You, take your own life. Fong Quan's cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a dead man. As far as he was concerned, a kid at the 4th level of the body tempering stage was no different from a dead man in front of him. What? After beating up the younger one, the older one can't wait to jump out? The youngest of you 3 seems to be older than me. I was able to make you flee in panic and even get a savior. Shouldn't I feel incomparably honored and proud? The 3 of you have really brought honor to the Fong family. Duan Lingtian laughed. He completely ignored Fong Quan and looked at the 3 Fong family youths with contempt. Shut up. Fong Quan's eyes turned cold as he shouted. He took a step forward and shook his arms, preparing to make a move. Stay your hand. Just at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Then, a middle-aged man wearing a green robe could be seen walking over. The servants present respectfully bowed to him and respectfully called out, Manager Ma. Manager Ma. Seeing the middle-aged man, Fong Quan's expression instantly eased up and became more respectful. Young Manager Fong, you should know the rules of our Agarwood restaurant. If there's anything, go outside and settle it. Agarwood restaurant isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Yes. Fong Quan took a deep breath. I'll wait for you at the entrance of Agarwood restaurant. If you have the guts, don't come out for the rest of your life. Fong Quan's cold gaze swept past Duan Lingtian as he left the 2nd floor of Agarwood restaurant. Don't worry, I'll leave after my cur finishes eating the snacks. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently, as if he didn't take Fong Quan's words to heart. Instead, he looked at Kerr with interest. Kerr, why aren't you eating? Be good and continue eating. Don't waste it. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl with a tender expression. The middle-aged man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before turning around and leaving. The guests and attendants on the 2nd floor looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of pity. As far as they were concerned, even if this youth's strength surpassed his peers, he was still only a youth around the age of 15, whereas Fong Quan was a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage who was a little over 20. Chapter 21. Young Master, I'm done. After finishing the last piece of dessert, the girl drank the last mouthful of milk. She looked at the young man across the table with a pitiful expression. Her voice was delicate and gentle. Anne, let's go to the market to buy some things. We'll go back once we're done. The young man picked up the sheathed dagger on the table and smiled. The girl nodded meekly and followed behind the young man. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they slowly walked down the 2nd floor of the Agarwood restaurant. He really isn't afraid of death. Seeing Duan Lingtian leave, Chen Mei Er stood up and followed with her maid. She didn't eat the rest of the desserts. The other people in the lobby on the 2nd floor also stood up and followed him down. It was human nature to watch a show. At the entrance of the Agarwood restaurant, Fong Quan stood in front of the 3 youths from the Fong family. He was glaring at the restaurant as if he was waiting for something. He still hasn't come out after so long. Is he planning to be a coward? Pfft. Wasn't he very awesome just now? Now that he's met Brother Quan, he's scared. What a coward. He's here. 2 of the youths from the Fong family ridiculed. Before the last Fong family youth could say anything, they saw a young man and a young woman slowly walking out of the restaurant. Even if they were enemies, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. What a golden boy and jade girl. Of course, they looked at the young man with eyes full of jealousy. I didn't think you would dare to come out. Fong Quan looked at the young man and sneered. He spoke in a condescending tone. Why wouldn't I dare to come out? It's just a big mad dog and 3 little mad dogs with broken legs blocking the road. The young man faintly smiled. His expression was calm and carefree, as if he didn't put Fong Quan in his eyes at all. This guy still dares to provoke Fong Quan at this time. Isn't he afraid that Fong Quan will really kill him? Chen Meier stood at the front of the group of people who followed Duan Lingtian out to watch the show. Seeing Duan Lingtian provoking Fong Quan at this time, her expression couldn't help but become sluggish. The other onlookers had the same thought as Chen Meier. They looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. What a young brat. I, Fong Quan, will now say that you will definitely die today. Fong Quan, who was thoroughly enraged by the youth, had a cold look in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, and his muscles bulged slightly. As a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage, if he were to use his full strength, he would be able to exert a force of 500 kilograms. Many people want me dead, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He held his sword in one hand and the girl's hand in the other. He slowly walked out as if nothing had happened. What is he doing? Seeing that Duan Lingtian had also brought the young girl beside him into the battle, the others were stunned and puzzled. Did he think that Fong Quan would show mercy because of the presence of a young girl? In front of the window on the 3rd floor of Agarwood restaurant. What an interesting little fellow. I wonder where he came from. Not to mention anything else, just this courage and calmness far surpasses his peers. Manager Ma looked with interest at the youth who was slowly walking towards Fong Quan while holding the young girl's hand. The coldness in Fong Quan's eyes grew even more intense, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. His thoughts were the same as the others. He felt that Duan Lingtian had intentionally brought the young girl into the battle so that he would have some misgivings and show mercy. But would he? The answer was no. Die. Fong Quan suddenly let out a roar as his legs shook. His 6th level body tempering stage strength exploded out. Under the boost of 500 kilograms of force, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he flew straight towards Duan Lingtian. His fists followed and punched out, blasting towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Middle grade yellow rank martial skill, Raging Bull Fist. At the same time that the piercingly cold wind whistled in his ears, the sneer on the corners of Fong Quan's mouth grew even wider. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being blasted flying and heavily injured to the point of death. Everyone's hearts were in their throats the moment Fong Quan made his move. The corners of the 3 Fong family youths' mouths curled up into a smile filled with delight, feeling elated and elated. As far as they were concerned, Fong Quan was about to kill this youth who severed their tendons and avenge them. Daring to touch us, go die. This guy, Chen Meier frowned. Although the youth had been rude to her from the beginning, she didn't hate him at all. But for some reason, she didn't hate him at all. Instead, she was curious about him and wanted to know everything about him. Stop! Finally, Chen Meier took a step forward, wanting to stop Fong Quan. But her reaction was still too slow. Fong Quan's fists, which were like cannonballs, were about to explode onto Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even if Fong Quan wanted to stop, it was too late. Not to mention that he had no intention of stopping. Relax your body. Duan Lingtian's mouth moved slightly as he reminded the young girl. At the same time, his left hand grabbed the young girl's slender waist and his body moved slightly. The flexibility granted to his body by the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Spirit Serpent form was completely displayed as he nimbly dodged Fong Quan's fist with the young girl. Fong Quan's fist practically brushed past the clothes on Duan Lingtian's chest, whoosh, clang. In almost an instant, the sound of a sword being unsheathed and sheathed sounded out at the same time. In the next moment, everyone present clearly saw it. Fong Quan, who was charging forward due to inertia, suddenly lost his focus. His hands tightly clutched his throat, but he was unable to stop the blood that wildly spurted out. In the end, he finally couldn't hold on and his body fell to the ground with a bang, no longer breathing. Silence. The entrance of Agarwood restaurant was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes fell onto Fong Quan's body that had fallen to the ground. The dignified young shopkeeper of the Fong family's pharmacy, a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage, died just like that? Moreover, he was killed by a youth who obviously wasn't even 16. Hiss. 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 For a moment, the sound of people inhaling cold breaths filled the entrance of Agarwood restaurant. The gazes of the people present moved away from Fong Quan's corpse and descended onto the youth's back that was slowly walking away without looking back. The youth embraced the young girl and held the sheathed short sword in his hand as he elegantly left, killing a person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Suddenly, everyone heard the youth that was walking away suddenly speak. 3 brats of the Fong family, if you're not convinced, you can come to the Li family to find me. Right, remember my name, don't find the wrong person. I'm Duan Ling Tian. His voice was incomparably flat, as if killing people was a common occurrence to him. I'm Duan Ling Tian. The youth's words entered the ears of everyone present. It wasn't the first time they heard this name. Half a month ago, this name had spread throughout the entire Fresh Breeze town. At that time, everyone knew that the Li family had a disciple with a different surname who overestimated himself. That disciple with a different surname was called Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. That Duan Ling Tian who said half a month ago that he would go to the Fong family and take the life of the Fong family's manager, Fong Chong, in 3 months? It should be him. I didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. I didn't even see clearly how he drew his sword, but Fong Quan's throat had already been slit by his sword. His speed is too fast. I saw that his cultivation was only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, but killing a 6th level body tempering stage martial artist was as easy as cutting grass. Many of the people present couldn't help but discuss, their voices filled with fear. Looks like this disciple with a different surname from the Li family who said those ruthless words half a month ago weren't arrogant and conceited, but were instead really confident. Duan Ling Tian. Take Brother Quan back and find the manager. We must get an explanation from the Li family for this matter. The fear in the eyes of the 3 Fong family youths didn't dissipate for a long time. They each gritted their teeth and said something ruthless before carrying Fong Quan's corpse and walking towards the Fong family's marketplace. Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. Chen Meier finally recovered from her shock, and her eyes revealed a mischievous smile. In her opinion, as long as Duan Ling Tian was a member of the Li family, she would be able to see Duan Ling Tian sooner or later and slowly get even with Duan Ling Tian. Come, let's go home. Chen Meier said to her servant girl and led her in the direction of the Chen family's marketplace. The crowd of onlookers at the entrance of Agarwood restaurant gradually dispersed, but their mouths couldn't stop discussing. The topic of discussion revolved around the Li family's disciple with a different surname, Duan Ling Tian. In the past, they had only heard of Duan Ling Tian, but had never seen him with their own eyes. Before this moment, even if they had seen Duan Ling Tian with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to recognize him. But now, not only had they seen Duan Ling Tian, they had also witnessed Duan Ling Tian's methods. Relying on his cultivation at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, he killed Fong Quan, who was at the 6th level of the body tempering stage, with a single sword strike. It was simply shocking. If they had only heard of this, they wouldn't have believed it. But now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. He's that Duan Ling Tian from the Li family? On the 3rd floor of Agarwood restaurant, Manager Ma's eyes flashed. That sword strike of his was so fast that it was unbelievable. If he can step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2 months, then killing the Fong family's manager, Fong Chong, wouldn't be impossible. However, advancing from the 4th level of the body tempering stage to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2.5 months is practically impossible. Even though I've only seen him once, I can tell that he's not the kind of person who seeks death. Since he dared to say such words, then he must have some confidence. Now, I'm looking forward to it. Li Family Marketplace. Duan Ling Tian spent a few dozen silver taels to buy a pile of materials from the weapon store and the medicine store before bringing Kerr back to the Li family estate. With these materials, he felt much more at ease. Fong Chong, you'll definitely die in 3 months. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with dense flames as the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Young master, are you all right? The young girl beside Duan Lingtian saw his slightly sinister expression and looked over with a face full of worry. I'm fine. Kerr, I didn't scare you at the entrance of Agarwood restaurant earlier, right? Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and squeezed the young girl's palm as he asked in a gentle voice. Young master didn't let Kerr turn around, so Kerr wasn't scared. The young girl shook her head. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even though he wanted to train Kerr, he didn't plan on letting Kerr directly face those bloody things from the beginning. Everything had to be done step by step. If it was done in one go, it would inevitably leave behind some hidden dangers. It might even cause a wound to Kerr's heart that was difficult to heal.